My name is Ron Terwilliger. My father named me Jackson Ronald after his boss. I think he was a brown noser. My father was a working class guy who came to Washington, D.C. at the end of the Great Depression to find a job. And he found a job and he found my mother. Our parents loved us. My mother just doted on us. You know, her whole life was about her boys. And my dad, at night, he would work a second job. He never made a total of 10 grand a year in his life. American my last year. When I was at the Naval Supply Center in Norfolk, I applied for the Harvard-Stanford MBA program. Harvard admitted me and I went on my own. I took one course at Harvard on real estate that made me think, that's what I want to do with my career. And it just clicked that it made sense to me to figure out we need to find a way to build more affordable rental housing. At the same time, I think it's a disgrace that the richest country in the world has a housing crisis. So few people, including Congress, understand how desperate so many Americans are. There are so many American families that don't have enough income to afford rental housing, much less transition to home ownership. And, you know, we have so many low-income families that are forced into neighborhoods where the schools are poor, they don't have access to health care or transportation to get to jobs. How can a family grow and prosper if they don't have a home that they can afford? It's foundational for family growth. The 1949 Housing Act, this country said it was an aspirational goal for every American family to have a decent home and a suitable living environment. But we're so far from that goal. BPC is the right organization addressing a nonpartisan issue. The bipartisan approach to solving it is what needs to happen. You know, I came, as I have said, from a very modest beginning. I had no expectations. And when I became 55, I was wealthy by anybody's standards. And I thought to myself, what is my responsibility with this wealth? I concluded that I would take my wealth and try to make the world a better place from a housing standpoint. When I gave keys to a family that took ownership to a house, it was such a life-changing event for that family that I never forgot it. I continue to want to try to make it a priority in this country and across the world.
Please welcome to the stage the President and CEO of the Bipartisan Policy Center, Margaret Spellings.
Is this on? Can y'all hear me? There I am. All right. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the 4th Annual Terwilliger Center Summit on Housing Supply Solutions. It's great to see all you housers here at the train station getting on board and ready to pull away from the station here in historic Union Station. Greetings to everybody online as well. Thank you for joining us. Let me start, Ron, by thanking you. Everybody saw a bit about you in the video. As you can see, Ron has a deep and abiding commitment to expanding access to affordable housing, and his leadership, his generosity, and lifelong dedication to this issue really inspire us. And if we ever get uninspired, we watch that video, Ron. We're grateful for your vision and all you do to support this summit and so much more. I also want to thank Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, Scott Turner, who will join us later, Senators Mike Rounds, Mark Warner, Todd Young, and Lisa Blunt Rochester, all of whom will be with us today. BPC's board chairman and former HUD Secretary Henry Cisneros, out there somewhere, and BPC board members Pam Patino, former HUD Deputy Secretary, and Hugh Frater, former CEO of Fannie Mae. At BPC, we operate from a deep commitment that housing is foundational. The shelter provided by a home is quite simply the fundamental necessity of life. But the home is so much more than shelter. Affordable housing generates significant social benefits, like improving health and school success. Affordable homes located in communities with jobs and other opportunities serve as a springboard for upward mobility. But unfortunately, too many Americans do not have access to safe, decent, and affordable homes. And during the past 2 decades, the U.S. has simply not built enough housing to keep up with demand. This supply-demand imbalance has led to soaring prices in communities across the country, with millions struggling to pay rent and millions more unable to achieve the dream of homeownership. Since its founding, BPC's Terwilliger Center has worked to advance practical, bipartisan solutions to increasing housing supply and focusing on affordability. During the past 4 years, the center has produced practical policy recommendations and shaped bipartisan legislation. We've offered innovative solutions like manufactured and modular housing, affordable and cost-effective approaches to build homes at scale. The Terwilliger Center has developed case studies on effective local zoning reforms that remove barriers to new construction to help communities thrive. These reforms work, but they require coordination, investment, and political will from leaders at every level. Here in Washington, we champion tools to expand supply, tools like the low-income housing tax credit and a new neighborhood homes tax credit that encourage greater private investment in affordable construction and preservation. Earlier this year, the center released a comprehensive report offering solutions to another challenge affecting affordability: rising property insurance costs. Beyond research, the center serves as a trusted convener, bringing people together across divides and providing support to lawmakers working on these issues. Our mission is simple: help build an America where all families have access to a home they can afford, that's secure, stable, and supports their futures. The challenges are real, but meetings like this prove that you understand the fundamental nature of these issues. You're bringing solutions, building consensus, and pushing this work forward. That's the spirit of today's summit, fostering dialogue and driving solutions. At BPC and our advocacy arm, BPC, we take a unique approach to solving our nation's tough problems. For more than 2 decades, we've engaged in the most complex issues in domestic policy. Even in today's environment, we remain a trusted and effective partner. Thank you to all our summit sponsors. Your support enables this event and the center's work. And with that, I am honored to introduce our first speaker, BPC Board Vice Chair, Terwilliger Center Advisory Committee member, and former HUD Deputy Secretary, my friend, Pam Patino. Pam.
Everybody.
Good morning.
Well, Senator Warner, it's just going to be Senator Mark Warner.
Well, Mike Rounds, who is sitting right there, he gave me his proxy. He's got a major hearing starting this morning at 9:30 with Secretary Hegseth, and with all that's happening in the Middle East, I am going to sub for him. He and I work together on a whole bunch of issues, and we're on the Intel Committee together, so I promise I will try to cover well for him. He was going to talk about light. He and I are on almost the same page on virtually everything, but particularly around housing.
And I'm confident, Senator, that you will cover the topics very well. Good morning, Ron.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here.
So, Ron, we're going to jump right into this morning. As Margaret said, this is the 4th summit on housing supply that the Bipartisan Policy Center, Terwilliger Center, has sponsored. So to help set the stage, can you talk a little bit about housing affordability and how we got to where we are today?
Yeah, thank you. I've been involved in housing since 1970. If you saw that little video at the front, I actually grew up in Arlington, Virginia.
Yay.
In a house my parents bought in 1941 for $5,000. and it was 800 square feet, 3-bedroom, 1-bath with an unfinished basement. Now today in this country, our average size for a new home is 2,400 square feet. But my brother and I, we had a great upbringing because we had good public schools, a good, safe neighborhood. So what I've learned over the years, I ran Trammell Crow Residential for about 30 years. We were the largest apartment developer in the country. So I've had the opportunity to build in 35 U.S. cities. And along the way, it became apparent to me there were lots of families that couldn't afford a simple, decent home. And you know, you go back to food, clothing, and shelter. Shelter is essential. I've been on Habitat's board for 25 years, and I've worked nationally and internationally with Habitat. Housing challenges are worldwide, but they certainly are a big problem in the U.S. today. We have more people that have housing hardship, spending more than 30% of their income on housing, I think, than we ever had, 22 million plus. And it's partly because it's so expensive to build new housing. Without subsidy, lots of families just cannot afford market rate housing. I have been involved in developing apartments and still am, and local regulations are horrific in terms of adding to the cost and time it takes to build. I built my first apartment project in Atlanta, 280 units on a severe slope in 12 months. Amazingly, this was 1981, $30,000 a unit all in. Today, that 12 months would be 22 months because of regulation. Regulation is projected to be somewhere between 30 and 40% of the cost of housing. And in this country, as you know, we have delegated to local jurisdictions zoning, and a lot of regulations come with it. Sometimes you have impact fees. So as Pam mentioned, and I think as was introduced, we're probably 4 or 5 million housing units short in this country. And people like me, we'd like to build them, but we can't build them cheaply enough for the market without some kind of subsidy. Construction costs have gone up 30 to 40% in the last 5 years. Land costs continue to go up. And with the mortgage rates, which are, in most people's opinion, high, in my experience over 50 years in the business, they're pretty normal, but they're high, perceived as high, combined with amazingly increased cost of homes. So many people are frozen out. The first-time home buyer now has moved from like 27 to 37. And more people are having a really difficult time affording home ownership. And we hopefully can find a way to do something about that. A lot of it has got to take place at the local level. But here at BPC, as Margaret was telling you, we're trying to provide some input to the federal government on things that can be done federally in a bipartisan way that would help with the current housing situation.
Thank you, Ron. Senator Warner, you've been a champion of housing even when I moved to Virginia in 2002. You were my governor. And as a senator, you certainly have made this a priority. We appreciated your efforts when we were together. Ron was a member of the BPC Housing Commission. So what are the greatest challenges facing Virginians today in terms of housing?
Well, let me fill in a little bit where Ron said. We're actually, the latest data shows there are 4.7 million units short on housing. So this is not a demand problem. It is a supply problem, number one. Number two, we look back particularly at the $5.5 to $6 trillion that we put into the economy during COVID under both Trump and Biden. Housing was always the thing, oh yeah, we got to get to housing. And we kept kicking the can on housing in all of those areas. There was some rent relief, but there was no real supply side. So I think this is an area, one, where we need to be very innovative. I hope we get a chance to share some ideas of what we're doing in Virginia. And one jurisdiction, I think Danny Avuela is going to be here later, the Richmond mayor. There's jurisdiction right outside of Richmond I want to talk about in Henrico. But I think we need all the existing tools, LIHTC, which Mike Grounds and I have championed, low-income tax credit. We need to increase the number. We've got legislation that would increase the number of homes built under that tool by about 50%. That would add literally a couple million additional units. The Neighborhood Home Assistance Act, this isn't legislation to I'd love to have claimed that I was the original on it. It was actually Rob Portman and Ben Cardin. But it says for those already built neighborhoods, if you've got a street with 10 houses and 2 or 3 are dilapidated, and you're in a relatively low to moderate income place, it may not be worth on a market basis to refurbish that home. The Neighborhood Home Assistance Act would go ahead and give a subsidy up to 50 grand per home. If you could refurbish that, bring it up to market. And what that does is not only helps those rebuild homes, but it also helps the value of all the existing homes on the streets. And also it factors in something I think sometimes we don't. If you can refurbish in already existing communities, you've already got water, sewer, God willing, broadband. So there's some notions around there. I've got partnership on both the historic tax credit and a rural tax credit. I know Mike was going to speak a lot about the needs on rural communities in South Dakota, but this is an area where the traditional tools we've got to use, but again, as we go through our conversation, I hope we can talk about some of the newer tools and applaud BPC and everyone else. This is an area that is so ripe for new ideas that will break some glass, and a lot of this, as we hope we'll get into, is around the enormous challenges and time incurred in getting things appropriately zoned and getting that shovel in the ground.
Thank you, Senator. Ron, when we started this advocacy journey to elevate housing to the top of the policy agenda almost 18 years ago, you referred to the silent housing crisis. What has changed since then?
Yeah, for a long time, I would argue that in the United States, we had a silent housing crisis. Not enough people who had their own housing really were aware of the dilemma so many American families went through. I don't no longer call it a silent housing crisis because I think it's gotten to be so acute that many mayors, public officials, government officials are aware of it. Now the question kind of is what to do about it. At BPC, Dennis and I and our advisory board, we have looked at it in the context of there are 3 things that need to happen. One is we need to add to supply. As Senator Warner said, somewhere between 4 and 5 million units short in this country. A lot of that coming after the pandemic. We need to preserve what we have. One of the things that we've argued, and we're not sure where we're going to get, is that LIHTC, which is the biggest production program, the low-income housing tax credit, the rent restrictions expire after a period of time. I'd like to see them be in perpetuity. I've built probably 25 LIHTC projects, and I never put a terminal value on being able to go to market after 30 years. I don't think that's necessary. But that's just one example of how, if we got something that's already there, we need to do everything we can to preserve it. And then finally, I'm a fan of the voucher program. I'm not quite sure with the new budget coming out of the White House what's going to happen to vouchers, but the demand side, as we call it, where people get supplements to their income, they get a voucher. Unfortunately, many landlords won't take the vouchers. We argue, those of us in the space, we'd like people to live in neighborhoods of opportunity where there are good schools, where it's safe, where there's food. And unfortunately, in many of those neighborhoods, the demand is such for the rental housing that the landlords won't take the vouchers. They've got to go through inspections. They've got to go through bureaucracy. So we would argue to HUD that HUD needs to be more landlord-friendly. The voucher program can be really expanded, but it's an annual appropriation, and part of the challenge we have in this country, of course, is with our budget and with housing getting a significant enough priority in the budget to make it feel like people do think that housing's a human right. Pam and I, early on, after our time at BPC, we had a foundation that we worked together on and went and talked to a lot of congressmen and senators. We've got 2 enlightened senators here with us today. I'm sorry Senator Rounds couldn't stay, but a lot of other things happening in this world. But we would walk the halls of Congress. Dennis worked with us that time, and we would make the case that there was a housing crisis in this country and that it really mattered. It really mattered to families. As Margaret said, housing is foundational. How do you have good health care, good education? How do you have an upward mobility if you're not in a decent home in a good location? And it just wasn't working out the way we had hoped it would be. So I have thought that we as a country ought to make housing a bigger priority and find a way creatively, sometimes at the local level, like accessory dwelling units or something that have been approved. Single-family zoning has been eliminated in some states. There are people looking at the local jurisdictions of what you can do, but in order for us to overcome this supply shortage, we're going to have to find a way to make it less costly to build new housing. Maybe smaller houses, less regulations, better expedited permitting. You go to California, I worked in California in the multifamily business, 3 to 5 years to get approvals. And then maybe you didn't get an approval. So you have millions of dollars invested in a site, and you don't know whether you're going to get it approved. And when you get it approved, it might be a recession. You can't build it anyhow. So there's a lot that can be done locally as well. But it's something that we ought to all take seriously, because in this greatest country in the world, to have so many of our citizens who can't afford a simple, decent home in a good neighborhood, it's just a shame.
Thank you, Ron. Senator, you touched on the Neighborhood Homes Investment Act. Can you talk a little bit about how these incentives are going to fill the gaps, and what are the gaps in financing?
Well, let's make an editorial comment here as well. The current administration's tariff policies don't help us on housing costs. So we can agree or disagree, but that's just plain factual basis when you're looking at lumber costs, when you're looking at some of the aluminum, steel. That is one of the costs that are driving up the starting. The Neighborhood Home Assistance Act, which I shared, how do you do that fill-in development that is so critical in already established neighborhoods? That's on the financing piece. LIHTC, obviously, we've talked about. That generates, additional supply in a substantial way. Historic tax credit, we've got a new one on a rural historic tax credit, how we really push on rural housing. But I think, let me take a moment now and share, and I know my friend from Richmond, Danny Well, is here. And Danny, I'm going to brag actually for a moment on Henrico. There is a jurisdiction in Virginia, Henrico County, about 400,000 people. It's got all appropriate racial diversity, economic mix. What they're doing that I think is really creative, and I'm sending as many housing gurus as possible go down and kick the tires on this program, because I think it might be a model that's out there. They've taken a very controversial local item, data centers, and the location of data centers, and said, we're going to go ahead and dedicate all the revenue, $65 million of data center revenue, that will all go into a local housing trust fund and local land bank. What they're doing with this combined entity is going out, and this has happened in a number of communities, where they're buying the underlying property, so you bring down the cost of the new unit. What they've also done as well that I think is really pretty cool, and again would welcome people to check it out, is with that enormous pot of $65 million, what they're also doing is not only buying the land, but if you put an appropriate affordability mix into your project, they will waive all the sewer connect fees, $10,000 to $11,000 in that jurisdiction. They will waive the other permitting fees, another $3,000 to $4,000. So we're talking about land costs removed, and then fees cut by about $15,000. And then on top of that, they will try to permit it within a couple of weeks. So that combination of a real set of incentives funded by an otherwise pretty controversial item in the locality, data centers. Not every community has, a more urban community's got a bigger set of challenges. We got a lot of data centers in Virginia. This is one that I'd love to explore and love people to take a look at. Let me just add one other item on this. It's gotten me thinking a lot about who we partner with at the local level. And again, speaking again just from the Virginia standpoint, we've got an enormous number of houses of worship, churches, synagogues, mosques, temples, what have you, that have excess property. Many, sticking with churches for a minute, declining congregations and aging congregations, they would like nothing more than to be able to build some affordable housing on their land. And to echo what Ron said, we've got a couple of these in Northern Virginia. One church I'm familiar with, they're 4 years into a process of getting zoned. So could we, in a bipartisan way, work with our faith community maybe on a pilot program, to say, hey, you guys get non-taxable land. We will work with you to try to speed up the zoning and permitting process. And maybe what we could do, now again, in the land of the level of cuts that are taking place, this would be a lift, but I think it would be worth exploring, where we might, at the federal level, give you a little bit more flexible money, and the most popular local program is the CDBG, Community Development Block Grant. If we pump you up additional 5% your CDBG, will you go ahead and agree to dramatically streamline and cut down your zoning process so that we can build this affordability? And maybe at least starting an initiative like this with houses of worship. I've talked to a lot of my Republican Senate friends. I think there's a real interest. But this is the kind of break the glass, move the process, learn from folks like Ron who've been literally building homes for years about what are the real impediments to providing additional housing. And again, as we think about particularly affordability, we may need some new language as well. I fear that too many people, when they think affordable, do think Section 8. Maybe we call it more workforce housing, but how we make the case to neighborhoods that we're not talking about, 1960s kind of affordable housing, but modern affordable housing where there's appropriate mix of affordable and market rate, really ought to be something I'd love to push on. And I welcome people, look at Henrico, I also welcome people. We're wide open for business in terms of new ideas in this space.
Thank you, Senator, for sharing those ideas. Ron, you've built more than 250,000 multifamily units in the United States over 5 decades. Can you talk a little bit more about the barriers that you see to building? And I know the Senator just talked about the entitlement process lasting 4 years. I think you have an example of 13 years on one of your projects. Can you talk about that process? And also, what are your thoughts? Is there more Congress could be doing right now to help?
Yeah, I separate in my mind the challenges between what things cost, what you get approved at the local level and how promptly, and then what the federal government can do to support us. As I said earlier, the LIHTC program, which is from 1986, actually the federal government, I don't know, Senator, if you know this, I'm old enough to have done this program. In 1980-81, there was a tax act that let us build rental apartments with tax-exempt bonds. And I was just getting started at Trammell Crow at the time, and we could get 100% of our project financed with tax-exempt bonds, including fees, and all we needed was to get a guarantor, which I went to the insurance company industry and got that. That went away in '86. That was a program I really loved, and in '86 it was replaced by the Low-Income Housing Tax Credit program. And that's a program we've both talked about here, which is the most significant new production program in the country, but it's typically for people making 60% or less of area median income. Workforce housing, which I started my housing center at ULI thinking there were people making 60 to 120% that are being forgotten here. And this is where we also have to focus a lot of energy. So, I think what can happen at the local level, if this silent housing crisis is not silent anymore, if the local mayors and city councils understand that they need to provide affordable housing, they can do zoning overlays that make it known where affordable housing, and particularly rental housing, 35% of Americans rent. A lot of them rent single-family homes, but 35%, it's been fairly constant since the mid-'60s. In World War II, there were less than half of American families who were homeowners, as I remember it. But by 1965, it was like 35% of Americans. It's fluctuated a little bit, but that seems to be where it is. And as I mentioned earlier, because of higher mortgage rates and higher home costs, the new first-time home buyer is now, my understanding, is closer to 40 than 30. So that's changed. But people think that home ownership is a way to wealth, and I think the statistics would show you that if you're going to be stable in a home and you can own it for 5, 6, 7 years, even if home prices go up 3% a year, you're going to be financially advantaged by home ownership. But we need to find a way to get more affordable home ownership in addition to more affordable rental ownership. And as I mentioned earlier, typically those of us in the industry think that your cost burden if you spend more than 30% of your income for rent, and you're severely cost burdened if you spend more than 50%. And about a quarter of renters in this country, and it varies a little bit by geography, but not a lot, are severely cost burdened. They're in a place at least. They're not homeless. I mean, there's 700,000 homeless out there, it seems like, every night in this great country of ours, and that's another issue that we need to try and address. So what I advocate is for local jurisdictions who want more housing to make it, for developers like me, more predictable, that they can get zoning, they can get expedited permits, because for many of the apartments that I still have 3 apartment development companies that are working, and we frequently are well over $1 million into our pursuit costs before we're ready to break ground. And you got to have a well-capitalized company to even participate, given the uncertainty. So
we all know this is more on the home ownership side. The racial wealth gap in this country, you can trace to a lot of causes, but it is disproportionately a result of historic prohibitions against African Americans and other people of color owning homes. So we've got an initiative called the LIFT Act that says if you are first-generation, first-time home buyer, which at least in Virginia is about 2/3 people of color, and you meet certain income bands, what we would provide, if you can meet the criteria for a 30-year fixed-price mortgage, with, again, income bands, you would then, the subsidy would come actually in, you pay the 30-year mortgage rate, but we give you a 20-year mortgage. So at the end of 10 years, your equity be double what you have in a traditional 30-year mortgage because you have the 20-year mortgage. What it does is it helps incent that first-time home buyer to go ahead and more quickly accumulate the equity in their home, which is then used, as we all know, to fund a kid's college education or start a business or the other. So this is a little outside the supply side, but in terms of grappling with both historic and also first generation, regardless of background, first generation, first time home buyers, it's something that ought to be in the toolkit as well.
Thank you, Senator. There appears to be some momentum in Congress around housing right now. Do you think that housing will remain a priority for the balance of the 119th Congress?
Well, there's a lot of us, we all went into this session thinking we're finally going to do supply, and we're finally going to do housing. Clearly there are some challenges now because people feel so adamantly on either side of this reconciliation bill. I'm still committed to working, Senator Scott, Chairman, and Senator Warren, the ranking member. I'm on the Banking and Housing Committee, Mike and I both are, to see if we can, bring this to the forefront afterwards. So I'm hopeful. We may have seen my concern is we may have seen the only bipartisan bill of the whole session. Congress passed yesterday out of the Senate on the stablecoin bill, which has been quite a journey. But we've got to come to housing, and I think there is this understanding. LIHTC, historic tax credit, Neighborhood Home Assistance Act, the traditional programs, but I really do think we need some non-traditional ideas, and this is where we go at the incentives for localities to kind of lean in, where we look at more of the kind of much smaller houses, where we go back to housing units that may be 1,000 square feet, not 2,400 square feet, as that first-time starter home to get families at least into home ownership. I think there's a lot of creativity. I think the feds, you'll even find a lot of the Democrats now who understand that the regulatory zoning needs to be overcome. Although the only way you can really piss off local elected officials if you do this as an unfunded mandate. So that notion of sweetening the pot a little bit with CDBG or other funds to see if we could force more flexibility, I think are all areas that I got to remain optimistic, or this job becomes pretty frustrating.
Thank you, Senator, for your optimism. We just have a couple of minutes left. Ron, what would you like to see the folks in this audience, our fellow housers, do to help encourage members of Congress to continue to focus on housing affordability and the supply issue?
Well, I mean, it can be helped at the federal level. I mean, we've talked about some of the programs, but I think as much, we had an advocacy program for 5 years at Habitat, and we asked our local affiliates to go talk to their local officials and their mayors and to try to come up with some incentives to get housing built in their communities. And we made an impact. I think the thing you all can do, if you're with us in recognizing that housing, in my mind, again, is a human right, that we're really deficient in this country in affordable housing, is you can ask your local officials, your mayors, your city councilmen, to make it feasible for developers to come in and build housing less expensively. Sometimes it's parking. Sometimes there's excessive parking. Regulations can take way too long for you. And the size of the house, I mean, the senator just commented, but I told you, I grew up in 800 feet of finished space. So 1,200 feet, which is kind of what our Habitat houses are, 12 to 1,500, they're certainly adequate size houses. But sometimes you can't even build them that small in this country. So what I'd ask you all, if you're with us in this, is to go talk to your local politicians and ask them to find ways to incentivize the local development community to coming in and building more, because the regulations and the single-family zoning, exclusionary zoning, I'm building apartments in Long Island. I've had a company for 8 years. We've done 4 deals. NIMBYs are so frequent up there, they'll object to a 40-unit apartment project because they don't like apartments. But there are a lot of people that can't afford single-family homes and need something to rent. So if we can get the local jurisdictions, even with decent rules to protect the neighborhoods, that's something that you could do, I think, that would be really beneficial to society.
And I just add, this is an area that I think needs some radical new thought. I've laid out some of the ideas I had, whether home ownership bound or things like working with faith communities and creative initiatives like what we've got locally in Henrico. But I think there ought to be others. I think, I'm really interested in ideas around how do we get the baby boomers who want to downsize, but who are caught by their low interest mortgage, they can't move. Is there a way, even this gets pretty radical, about keeping that mortgage rate as you downsize, if you make sure you've kind of opened up the first generation home buyers? I mean, there's a lot of hair on that, but there are ideas kind of in that space, tying economic development dollars to that new business who comes to your community with saying you've got to make a commitment to housing as well. So we don't just bring your job if we're going to give you state and federal incentives to move to a locality, but you've got to actually commit to building housing to go along with. This is an area where we need your ideas, and I think there is a great deal of bipartisan interest, and God willing, we will get to it, because we cannot continue without some exciting new incentives. This housing shortage supply is only going to get worse.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you for spending the time with us this morning. Thank you for reaching across the aisle. I know you work very closely with Senator Mike Rounds, and we appreciated the senator stopping by this morning. Ron, thank you for your commitment. Ron is the largest philanthropic donor in this space, and we hope that Ron's legacy will encourage many more people to invest in housing. So please join me in a warm round of applause. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Sheena Ashley, Vice President of Capital One Community Impact and Investment and President of Capital One Insight Center.
Good morning. I feel like our panel was the baton was passed to us now. There was a lot of conversation about what local leaders can do and pushes for us to reach out to our local leaders, and they asked, and we delivered. We have two exciting local leaders here with us this morning to ground the conversation a little bit more to the local level. And we look forward to an interesting conversation really focused on solutions right now that we could get to as part of our discussion. I'm Sheena Ashley. I'm proud to represent Capital One. I serve as Vice President of the Capital One Impact and Investing team, which is responsible for delivering on the philanthropic commitments of the company, and also Capital One's Insight Center, which delivers real-time data and insights to inform policymakers. And as part of that agenda, we have been partnering with the Bipartisan Policy Center and the U.S. Conference of Mayors to retrieve a survey to understand how mayors are operating at the local level and bringing new solutions to address this crisis. I think we were informed earlier, everyone understands there's a crisis, there's a little bit more of a shared perspective on that, but we don't have the same shared sense of what the key solutions are that will drive that. Capital One is proud to be part of this conversation and continuing to be a driver of those solutions, both as a major employer in this region. It impacts us. It is something that we have to solve to continue to attract the best talent to our company, but also as a part of our legacy as one of the largest community development funders in this country. We have been a big part of financing the build and preservation of affordable housing all across this country, and proud to be part of that solution. So let me introduce our mayors who are joining us for an exciting conversation. I do not think they need much of an introduction. We were already introduced to our Mayor of Richmond here, Mayor Avula. In your first year, right? You have already made housing a priority, and we've already heard about the millions you have brought to bear. So we look forward to hearing more about that. And here is Mayor Ross from Arlington, Texas. I will tell you all, in the green room, there was a threat that shoes might fly. I don't think that that might happen, but I think he will bring some energy to this conversation. So let's get started, mayors. Just a little bit of a grounding, if we'll start with you, Mayor Avula, just to give us a sense of what the housing landscape has been like in your region, what some of the challenges are, just so that we can orient ourselves into the place. Capital One understands Richmond very deeply. It is the birthplace of Capital One. And if it's a place that could birth Capital One, it can birth the best solutions to affordable housing in this country.
Thanks so much, and great to be here with you all this morning. Richmond, just about an hour 45 south of here. And, you know, we have had a pretty tremendous growth arc over the last 5 to 7 years, which has been great for our city, for our region. It has been really challenging for housing. And as you heard, and as you all know, I mean, when cities are not keeping up with demand, that's when you really, stress the cost of housing, and that has happened in droves in Richmond. Just last week, Zillow named us top 5 hottest real estate markets in the country. And I think in part that is because Richmond is an amazing city. I hope you all come and visit at some point. But also in part because relative to places like DC and New York, we are way more affordable. There's no traffic. There's an incredible river. There's just the culture of our city is a real draw without a lot of the challenges of larger cities. Now, what that means is that over the last decade, as we have consistently seen population growth, we have also seen, as much of the country has seen, increase in average rental rates, increase of cost of housing, and we've not done a great job of keeping up with supply. And so coming in, I'm a baby mayor, 5.5 months on the job, but the clear mandate coming, after last year of campaigning was housing affordability. How do we encourage the growth and development of our city, but make sure that we are protecting long-term residents and keeping folks who have been there and who have been so much a part of building our city and building its culture front and center as the city grows.
That's a really important point, and we'll come back to that a little bit to really understand how you can protect residents against displacement in order for them to benefit from the boom that is happening as people are leaving places like Petworth here in DC and heading down to Richmond. Hopefully we'll find our ways to keep some of that talent here in the market, but happy to share them down with Richmond. all the way down in Texas. Can you tell us a little bit more about the booming metro area that is Arlington?
Well, it's batshit crazy.
I told you.
Can I say that out loud?
We're all adults.
I'm going to get it out of the way because I have been told I'm the weirdest mayor in the United States. I think that's probably the truth. I grew up in Detroit. How I ended up in Texas, God only knows. But I'm a Marine. I was a cop. I spent 7 years undercover buying drugs for a living. There's not a whole lot of mayors that can say that. I'm a trial lawyer, a restaurateur, and then I got bored. I guess I became mayor about 4 years ago. Arlington is a strange place because population and land-wise, Arlington is bigger than Pittsburgh, Cincinnati, St. Louis, New Orleans, about the same size as Tampa. We're over 400,000 in population with nearly 100 square miles. But we started as a small little suburb bedroom community in the middle of the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. So we're a big city stuck between two bigger cities. And historically, Arlington really got its start back in the 50s and 60s when Six Flags Over Texas came and the General Motors assembly plant came to Arlington. So if anybody owns a Tahoe or an Escalade or a Suburban, it's manufactured in Arlington, Texas. And when those places came to Arlington, we had a lot of moderate income, blue-collar family housing. Through the 70s and 80s, tremendous multifamily projects were done in Arlington, and now here we are in 2025. The dynamics of Arlington have changed where we have a tremendous growth in biotech industry and high-tech stuff and a need for executive homes as well. So I would argue, first of all, that housing isn't a priority around the country. It is the priority around the country. Every single city in the United States is plagued with not only how to get affordable housing, but how to make housing itself affordable at all levels. The good news is, and it doesn't look like it most days nowadays, government still works. It works mostly at a local level. And crazy isn't sustainable. It's just not. So be patient. Our democracy is set up so that it's like a great big filter that shakes out the craziness, and it's still going to work. I'm a believer in what we have here in the United States. So yeah, I forget what the damn question was. Now I'm just babbling.
I think
Anybody
you
else
answered
remember the
it.
damn question?
You were helping
my-
us understand Arlington, and I feel like I'm there. I was on a ride in Six Flags. I think I got all.
It's all great.
Covered drug
And if you don't know,
purchases.
for all you Commanders fans over here,
Oh, you don't want to start.
we house the Cowboys, okay? So all the big did I hear a damn boo?
I can't take sides. Capital One has a large presence in Plano, Texas, and so we will celebrate all sides of the different things here. This is the bipartisan policy. Like, you're already declaring sides here.
I know, but
All
it's
right.
football. It's not the same.
On housing. I know in this region we can talk about the connection between football and housing because we have a stadium debate and all the housing to go with that. So you are right on theme, actually, Mayor Ross, for this region. But Mayor Avola, let's get back to this displacement topic there. What are some of the strategies. And so we've been, you grounded us in this sense that there is hope, there is optimism that we can have when that we are seeing things starting to, people being attracted to the assets and the richness of our communities. There are ways we can harness that, but also protect the people who have been there from the beginning, who didn't get to enjoy the liveliness of the city in all its aspects. How are you thinking about particular things on the ground now, different solutions that may help do both of those and strike that right balance?
We have come to this work at the beginning of this administration just really focused on how do we increase production and prevent displacement, right? Those are the two lenses that we bring to everything that we're building around housing in our community. On the prevent displacement side, there's the people side of it, and so the budget that we just passed has a significant amount of money that is supporting legal protection or legal representation, eviction prevention programs that are run by some community partners. And I think that the other part of this is, as we, public housing redevelopment is a big part of this strategy. Thankfully, HUD is really clear about one-to-one replacement, although that's understood differently by different communities. And so we don't have direct authority over our public housing, Richmond Redevelopment and Housing Authority, but early on in this administration, we've really come into them in lockstep. We've done a lot of work to engage public housing residents and really try to give them a sense that as we move forward with public housing development, we will absolutely prioritize one-to-one replacement into mixed income communities. So over the last few years, one of our large 6 public housing communities has started this process where across the street from Creighton Court, there's a 300 to 400 unit neighborhood. That's a third public housing voucher, a third subsidized senior, and a third market rate. And so we use that as kind of our first test case of let's move residents from Creighton Court across the street into this new community and make sure that anybody, and give them a choice. And so we used housing choice vouchers in that. They went to communities around the region. And it was not done perfectly, right? I mean, there were a lot of missteps in that process, but we learned from that. And we know that because we have over 10,000 units of public housing in the city alone, and we know that public housing redevelopment is going to be a big priority for us, that we've got to do a better job of connecting with residents, giving them voice, and showing them proof of how there will be one-to-one replacement even as we come up with mixed income strategies.
I love that, really proving to people that it's possible. And I hear in that example too, when we move people to opportunity, you're not taking them so far out of their networks and the things that they relied on to keep their lives. You're moving them across the street and there's still new access, but they still have some connectivity to things that were in the past. Mayor Ross, what are you doing in your area to make sure that those middle-class households that have been there for a long time get to stay as you're now building executive housing and, a little bit more higher income housing?
Yeah, it's tough. It forces local government to really try to get creative on how we're approaching things. One of our biggest obstacles right now is the uncertainty with what lies with the federal government. The only thing certain about where we're going is there's more uncertainty around the corner. And if you look at the big, beautiful plan, it looks to eliminate the CDBG, looks to eliminate home. You're talking about cuts in LIHTC. You're talking about significant issues that will dramatically affect low income to moderate income housing opportunities for people. It's not just the cuts in the plan, though. It's everything else that you see going on in the government that we have to deal with at a local level. For instance, we heard during the last panel that the tariffs play a significant role in the increase of housing materials here in the United States. We get a lot of our wood from Canada, and it plays a tremendous role in increasing the cost. But the immigration issues play a role in Texas, particularly because 40 to 50% of our workforce in construction are immigrants in Texas.
40 to
And
50%?
40 to 50% are immigrants and what we're seeing now is half of that workforce not showing up for work for fear that they're going to get arrested or detained or deported. Well, when half of that workforce doesn't show up for work, you delay the project. When you delay the project, you increase the cost. When you increase the cost, the end user pays the price. And it's a ripple effect that we're seeing all across the board on that. Couple that with currently the anti-DEI movement that we see going on, not just federally, but throughout states as well. Texas is one of those states. And how does that impact you? Well, a lot of the grants that we are getting to help with some of these issues are grants that we have done for inclusivity reasons, for equity reasons. And nowadays, we've already lost grants because it's included the word inclusive. Now, that is sad. When did inclusivity and equality become bad words? I know bad words. Y'all have already heard. Those are not bad words. So we get it on all fronts, whether it's anti-DEI, whether it's immigration, whether it's the tariffs. But then things weren't perfect in the first place because interest rates are high, the cost of labor is high, the cost of products is high. Developers are still having issues with that. And in Arlington, one of the biggest issues we deal with, because we're virtually built out, a lot of our development has to come with redevelopment. Well, that is very costly. To ask a developer, you got to come in, buy the project, displace individuals, tear it down, build another project. It adds tremendous cost to that. So we started getting a little bit creative with things such as we have a philanthropic entity called the Arlington Tomorrow Foundation. We fund our Tomorrow Foundation with gas royalties that we get from the city with the Barnett Shale and all the gas wells that are going around in our area. We maintain substantial monies in that, and we invest those monies, well over $100 million that's in the corpus. We invest those monies into the stocks, into real estate, into other things. So what we've started to do is invest some of those monies into buying some of the projects that are around to help take the cost away from those developers. Going into a project that has a huge transient population that impacts the schools and everything else. This is why housing is so important. You get a multifamily unit that has tremendous transient population in there, and it filters down to the kids going to the schools because you can't educate the children if they're bouncing from school to school to school, if they're uncertain about where their next meal is going to come from. We all see it where those affordable housing families are relying upon just more than just the housing, but they're relying upon the schools to help feed their kids. Sometimes the only meals that the kids get during the day is with our school districts. So it's a never-ending problem. The key in my mind is we keep chipping away and making sure that local government works. We got to be creative on how we get the monies to help fund these projects. And every community is going to be a little bit different. Some communities have tremendous land available to them. We happen not to have much land available to us, so we have to really look at monetizing those properties in a good way.
Yeah, just wanted to add a couple of other sort of specific strategies we're using. Like in the macro strategy, so much of what I've talked about and what we think about is new production and how we're improving the production pipeline. but we also need to really focus on preservation. And so a huge chunk of our energy, about $2 million, it's a mix of local and federal funds, is really directed towards preservation, weatherization strategies, how are we coming alongside owner-occupied homes and giving them access to monies to be able to stay in their homes. And then, in our market, as we've just, we've seen so much demand, the real estate tax assessments have just gone up and up, 7, 8, 10% a year, which is making it really difficult for long-term homeowners. In Virginia, we're a Dillon rule state, not a home rule state, so we don't have the local authority to be able to cap property tax assessments, but we have put policies in place to be able to offer rebates for folks under a certain income threshold, where if they pay their assessment and they meet income qualifications, we actually give them a rebate back to them. So I think increasingly we're doing some of the legislative work at the state level, but increasingly we will find ways to protect long-term owners who are low income to be able to stave off what the market is doing.
I love this. We're really getting down to some solutions. Mayor Ross, I love hearing about the way
we're a city of about 235,000, surrounded by counties that are somewhere between 200 and 400,000 residents. Henrico, which sort of loops around Richmond to the east, west, and north, has landed many data centers, and as part of their strategy and ultimately our regional affordable housing strategy, they've committed a large amount of $65 million to their affordable housing trust fund. We similarly in the city, not with data center money, but we have put $50 million into our affordable housing, $10 million a year over the course of 5 years, and now we're in the middle of year 2 of that strategy.
That's wonderful. Want to make sure that I make a plug for your questions. Pretty soon we're going to open it up. I have already heard people, Lisa in the audience was acknowledging that Mayor Ross was speaking a word. If you all have questions or some comments for the mayors, please do use your QR code to indicate that, and we'll try to pick those into the conversation as well. But want to continue drilling down on some of the questions that we have here around things at the local community, because I think we're really getting there in terms of solutions. I have been challenged just even over the past week in hearing about new kind of initiatives that are coming to bear, both on supply, but even a stat that even challenged the idea that we have a supply problem anymore. A group that I know is here today called Pad Split, which is trying to help people rent rooms as another. So I think we're getting to the point where we're like so needing to drive major innovation in this space that people are they're really thinking out of the box. And it sounds like you both are in your jurisdictions also thinking outside the box. One of the things we heard from the survey of mayors, which will be released tomorrow, so I'm just giving you all a little sneak peek into it, but we will release it tomorrow at the U.S. Conference of Mayors conference. But one of the things that was clear there is that mayors like yourselves are relying on public-private partnerships in order to get some of that creative solutioning over the hump, to really push toward new ideas. Looking across Richmond and Arlington, what are the ways in which you are partnering with developers, nonprofits, or financial institutions to get some of the big impact?
Yeah, I'll start. I mean, I think one of the things that I've clearly heard from our development community, both on the for-profit and nonprofit side, is that it's a bear to get through the gauntlet of city government. And so we are really focused on how do we reduce the bureaucracy. I recognize that somebody applies for a permit, that has to touch 4 or 5 different departments, planning, DPW, DPU, and that stuff gets lost in City Hall. And so we have been really focused in this first 6 months on process mapping, what those different processes look like, adopting new technology that will make the flow of that easier to track and identify. And then we're about to open a one-stop center on the first floor of our City Hall, where all of those departments have representation and are co-located. Because we recognize that for developers, like the time lost in that is money, and ultimately it is not helping us get to our goal of more production. And so we're really focused on redesigning our processes, making it easier for people to get through the bureaucracy of city government.
That is really great. And I think there are some ways in which there are data and tech solutions that could help to simplify some of the systems, bring that visibility across departments as you're co-locating them and using different resources. So definitely happy to be partnering with you on that front.
Yeah, and we're still in procurement process on what that tech platform will look like, and so hopefully, by this time next year, we'll have some actual data on how well it's working.
Awesome. Look forward to that. Mayor Ross?
Well, there are so many. We could spend all day talking about the various options. We got all day. That clock says we do not have all day. But there are a number of things that we are doing to help streamline things. One of the things is my mind just went blank now. Lord.
It happens to the best of us.
It happens to the best.
You're streamlining different
We're
things.
streamlining.
We're
One of the
talking-
things was the Arlington Tomorrow Foundation we talked about, and utilizing that, getting tax credit and working with our Housing Finance Corporation to ensure that we're offering affordable housing in the other areas with the tax credits available on there. But we also work with other local governments in collaboration to keep people from adversely impacting those alternatives for us. We recently in Texas were successful in getting a new bill passed in the legislative session because we had a problem starting in last fall where developers would come in and go to what we called traveling HFCs, the Traveling Housing Finance Corporations. Developers would partner up with a small community out in West Texas, let's say, and that small community would then become a managing partner in developments all over the state of Texas. They would move and purchase a property in Arlington for $80 to $100 million, and then they would immediately pull it off the tax rolls claiming that it was a tax-exempt property. Well, that's taking substantial monies from us. The problem is the residents of that community were not meeting the requirements of tax-exempt properties on that. And they would be trying to play catch up. In the meantime, the new owners of the property weren't paying taxes on that. So Arlington sued a number of these traveling HFCs, obtained restraining orders against them. Fort Worth has joined us in the lawsuit. And then we lobbied our senators and representatives in Texas, and Governor Abbott just signed into bill a law that forbids those traveling HFCs from moving into everybody else's backyard and taking care of those things.
One other thing I'll add is that local governments have to get much more sophisticated about the underwriting process, right? Because in this environment, the capital stacks are getting more and more complex, right? We're pulling in federal 4% LIHTC and 9% LIHTC money, our performance housing grants, or money from our Affordable Housing Trust Fund. It is getting more and more complicated. And so one of the things that we're really trying to build capacity around is understanding how do you best support that. And one of the criteria that we're using in Richmond to fund through our Affordable Housing Trust Fund is how much are you leveraging this against. And so we're sort of baking that into the process so that projects that come to us being able to leverage more outside dollars will get more of a public infusion of dollars.
I love that, even as a strategy and a takeaway for people in this room, and thinking about how we could bring capacity building efforts to city governments to help understand some of the complex underwriting, the way it looks today, and where some of the solutions can be shared to help each side. I think that's a really good thing that we can carry forward from this conversation that many of us in the room can participate in supporting. We're now opening up for audience questions. I'll take them as they're coming in. But feel free to go ahead and ask your questions. They are being filtered. We are not going to ask Mayor Ross some things about his past, but really welcome your questions and thoughts on how we may proceed. This is an interesting question. Since you brought up sports, Mayor Ross, people want to hear more about the influence of professional sports on the city's development.
Yeah, well, Arlington is home of the largest entertainment district in the Southwest United States. So it's really not just sports. We have 3 large stadiums, Choctaw Stadium, Globe Life Field and AT&T stadiums within walking distance of each other. In the middle of all of that, we have Texas Live, which is an entertainment sporting event with stages and multiple restaurants and everything. And then we have a accumulation of large hotels in the entertainment district as well. We bring about 17 to 18 million people a year to Arlington for entertainment. So if there is a Taylor Swift concert, a monster truck competition, a tractor pull, PBR rodeo, the Cowboys, the Rangers, all of that happens in Arlington. From a housing perspective, it created unique challenges because some people don't want to be in the middle of the entertainment. So one of the things we've done is we zoned for short-term rentals within that housing district in there that allowed people who owned multifamily or owned houses or condos or duplexes or whatever it was, if they're within a certain radius of our entertainment district, we allow the short-term rentals on there. Now, we don't allow them throughout the rest of the city. We have a very specific border on there because sometimes the STRs are the bad language for other parts of the community. But we've already been challenged on it. We've won the challenge. And it's worked out well because it forces all of the STRs to get registered, to operate in a reasonable manner, and then we get the hot tax, the hotel occupancy tax, coming back to us as a result of the STRs on there. With 1 cent of the sales tax that we get from that entertainment district, we've also funded our EDC. So our EDC, we were hoping it would bring maybe 25 million a year. It has done probably twice that in bringing in the sales tax and helping to fund everything to attract other business on there. When you attract the other business, then you're attracting the good developers for the housing, both at an executive level and at affordable level. So it all sort of is interwoven with each other on that, and go Cowboys.
All right, so we'll take that as a model that sports development and housing can coexist and work for a city. For both mayors, how can we build bipartisan support for policies that address the needs of people who are unhoused, we got to tip over to read this, as a result of all the supply issues you are raising?
I think the approach to building bipartisan support is in part, what are we trying to do? If we're trying to lower the number of unhoused people in a community, how do we make the kind of moral, ethical, and financial arguments for those things? And so I would suggest that, one way is that we do more financial analysis on what is it costing local, state, and federal pockets to support the unhoused through other pathways. We've seen some great examples of communities that have used large amounts of ARPA dollars to really pour into permanent supportive housing solutions to solve that in their own communities. And so we're really thinking about how do we find more committed funds to do that. But I think, the issues we're talking about the right to housing, the importance of housing. I'm a public health physician by background, and part of what brought me to ultimately run for office was this understanding that health and well-being of communities is so tied to access to safe and stable housing, to education, to income, to jobs, to all of the social determinants of health. And so I think there's a pretty easy argument, but it's going to come down to the details of how does the money work and whose pocket is it coming from. And so we've got to get savvier about the economic analysis.
I love this question. The question could also be paraphrased by, how do you get government officials to do what the hell they're supposed to do and stop fighting with each other? Because that's really what it comes down to. I don't know about y'all, I am so sick and tired of partisan bickering. I can't stand it. The potholes, yeah. The potholes in my city do not give a damn if you're a Democrat, an independent, or a Republican. They want to be filled. The crime wants to be lowered. Housing needs to become affordable. We can do all of that shit if you stop your fighting and start focusing on what the damn problem is. And nowadays, at almost every level, except for us mayors, because we're pretty damn perfect, at almost every level, people are fighting too much. We do it better when we do it together, period. And if we start focusing our efforts together, we're going to come up with so many creative ideas. Just think for a second. Here's a novel idea. If you take all the energy in pointing the fingers at the other side and put that energy into solving our housing issues, how much we can get done. It is absolutely pathetic that all of us are doing that type of stuff. We need to change the narrative, period.
Love it. We got to get real in order to get to real solutions. I really appreciate that. This is our last question for this time together. Hopefully, this brought you the solutions and energy you needed to start this morning. I know it has for me, but just wanted to give you both an opportunity to just close out with what you want this audience, this group of housing experts and leaders, both representing all bipartisan sides of all of this, to really take away from what you know on the ground to be the ways of moving ahead.
Yeah. This work, especially in the housing and sort of community development space, is deeply personal, because even though I've spent my career as a physician, a pediatrician, a public health doc, I have lived for 21 years in an incredibly racially and socioeconomically diverse community. And it has become less and less so over the last 10 years, right? The market, the economic pressures, I've literally watched my lower income, mostly black neighbors get pushed out of the neighborhood as more investment has come in. And, as our society becomes more and more racially and socioeconomically diverse, I think it's on us to create the opportunities for those communities to not only to stay where they are, but for that growing diversity to exist. And that takes intentionality, it takes policy, it takes financial investment, but it also takes some heart change. And so one of the things we're kicking the tire on in Richmond is, everywhere that I talk, I'm talking about the importance of being an inclusive community, of embracing growth and change. But there's also some PR and marketing strategies that we probably need to lean in on, because I think everybody gets the deconcentration of poverty as a good, but there's also a deconcentration of wealth that needs to happen in our community. And we need to find ways that communities can live among each other, build community together, and really sort of be in a different mold as we move forward as a society.
That's a beautiful vision. Mayor Ross, you want to close us out?
I'll close us out. This spring, Arlington opened the National Medal of Honor Museum in Texas. We have 61 living recipients of the Medal of Honor. I've had an opportunity to meet all of the living recipients and to sit down and drink bourbon and smoke cigars and have a good time with these gentlemen. And I've asked them, why did you do those incredible acts of courage that got you the Medal of Honor? And the response is always the same. It's because of love. The love of the men and women they served with, the love of their community, the love of God, the love of their family, the love of their country. Dr. Martin Luther King taught us back in the 60s that the only thing strong enough to overcome hate is love. Y'all do what you do because you love it. So I would argue that this is really a call to action. We can facilitate change when we unify that love and we transform our communities. Love isn't just a word. You can transform lives. You can transform communities. You can transform states. You can transform a country when we come together, we act in love, and we get things done. So thank y'all for putting up with my craziness. And I love y'all.
The Choice in Affordable Housing Act makes it possible for tenants to find housing in areas where they might otherwise not. It's one thing to talk about it as, governmental policy, but it's another thing when you're talking about a mother standing there with 2 children in the cold, looking for a place to live and not being able to find it. That's just not acceptable in a country as wealthy as ours.
Affordable housing is one of the greatest needs in the country right now.
People are looking for a place to raise their families and a place to live. I talked to a young woman the other day, she's in her 30s. She's owned a home, but now she's having to work 3 jobs to keep that home.
We're living in a country that's growing rapidly. Our housing programs have not kept up with that growth, and the result is that there's a shortfall. 40% of the people who have a voucher are out looking for housing and can't find it. The Choice in Affordable Housing Act creates provisions whereby more landlords can participate in the housing voucher program.
Particularly landlords with units in high opportunity neighborhoods.
In order to bring landlords to the table, oftentimes incentives are beneficial.
Assistance with security deposit also serves to reduce landlord concerns about damage and repairs.
Let's make it work for the tenants, let's make it work for the landlords, let's make it work for the officials who are operating it. Let's not hamstring them with unnecessary regulations. Let's make government work for people.
This bill allocates $500 million over 5 years. So one of the things we have to do is make sure that people understand that this bill does have accountability mechanisms.
We'll have a connector for inspections, making sure those get done quickly.
The bill provides funding for each public housing agency that employs a landlord's liaison.
We need to know what the problem was. And for landlords, that has been inspection time, inspection process. A liaison can support that. So this bill is going to allow for also inspection process to be quicker. Landlords don't want to participate in a program like this if they cannot get those inspections done quickly.
If we don't get bipartisan participation, we're not going to do housing. And this bill, I think, is an inspiration for future reform.
I knew a bill like this could get across the finish line if I work with my colleagues across the aisle.
What we think can happen is demonstrating not only to the American public, but to our colleagues that we can work together. And if we do that, I think we've really, really done a magnificent job, and we've set the tone for the future.
People want a measured outcome. They want to know, is it successful? Did it work? Was it worth the investment?
But the real measure of success is when people who get those vouchers are able to get into housing.
These families can pick and choose where they want to live. Maybe it's closer to where they work.
We're asking for some everyday solutions to everyday problems.
If we're going to have government programs, then let's do it in a way that they work. What is the value of putting together voucher programs in which 40% of the people who use them can't get a place to live? If we have ways to make housing more accessible to more people, we ought to take them. And this $500 million is an investment in reaping many, many more millions, billions of dollars of housing opportunities for people.
help them out here. Please take your seats. I know the staff is stressing out to get this started because I know they have a timeline. Let me just go through a little bit of pre-remarks and then we'll get into questions. Good morning, everyone. I'm Bob Penniger, President and CEO of the National Apartment Association, and I'm honored to moderate this panel discussion. We're turning our attention now to the rental market, and in particular, the Housing Choice Voucher Program, one of the most important tools in our country and has been expanded to access high-quality rental housing. Vouchers can reduce homelessness, improve housing stability, and ease overcrowding for low-income families. At a time when housing supply remains tight across the country, programs that help low-income families to afford homes in the private market are essential. But despite their value, and the administrative requirements and complexity during the lease-up process have driven many property owners away from the program. At the National Apartment Association, we've worked closely with our members to identify what's working and what's not, to find solutions for both housing providers and the families they serve. Today's panel brings together leaders with deep expertise to examine these issues and share practical insights. First, I'm pleased to introduce Alan Ferguson, Chief Housing and Real Estate Officer at the Atlanta Housing. Alan oversees real estate development, preservation, asset management, and housing voucher services to support the city's goal of creating and preserving 20,000 affordable housing units. Previously, Alan served as the CEO of Atlanta's Habitat for Humanity. Next, we're joined by Bonnie Smetzer. Bonnie is Executive Vice President with Asset Living, overseeing their affordable multifamily operations in the southeastern United States. Bonnie has worked in affordable housing management since the inception of the LIHTC program and is a past president of the Florida Apartment Association. I'm also pleased to welcome Jason Ward. Jason is an economist at RAND and co-director of the RAND Center on Housing and Homelessness. Jason's recent research projects include cross-state comparisons of multifamily housing production costs and a study on housing choice voucher utilization. We'll have time at the end of this for questions. If you're here with us in person, you can submit a question using the QR code in your program booklet. If you're joining us online, use the link posted in the YouTube chat. Jason, your research spans some of the most pressing housing and homeless policy issues. To help set the stage for today, who typically receives assistance through the voucher program, and how is the assistance administered?
Thanks, Bob. So, yeah, just to give you a sense of the population that's served by the Housing Choice Voucher Program, the program currently serves about 2.4 million low-income households in the U.S. Of those families, about a third are an elderly household head, about a quarter disabled. In recent years, around 10% of new entrants to the program enter from homelessness. To give a kind of a sense of the financial status of these families, the average income of families in the program is about $15,000 a year, and the average cash value of assets among these families is approximately zero. So these are very vulnerable families, and this program is a critical source of assistance. How families typically enter the program is that they often spend years on wait lists to be invited to participate in the program. When they are invited to participate, they're issued a search voucher, which is really the voucher part of the voucher program that allows them to go out and try to identify a unit with a willing landlord. When they do that, then if that unit passes inspection and the family is entered into the program, they can begin receiving rental assistance. The average tenure of the program is usually on the order of 8 to 10 years, I believe, in the data from HUD that I see. And, importantly, though, and this is something I think we're going to turn to a little bit later, this process of entering the program is often results in failure for these families. A large share of families that's growing over time fail to successfully find a housing unit with a willing landlord, and often have sort of spent years trying to get into this process only to have it really not work out. And that's one of the kinds of sources of inefficiencies that we tried to cover in the study that I recently led.
That's actually great research that helps to really put a face on the issues we're facing. Bonnie, you oversee a significant portion of Asset Living's affordable multifamily housing portfolio in the Southeast and have long supported the use of housing vouchers in your communities. Why is it important that Asset Living's properties participate in the voucher program, And what roles does your company play in housing families who receive rental assistance?
Well, it's a vitally important program to participate in. For the residents for the applicants who apply to us, the Housing Choice Voucher bridges that gap between what the rent is for the apartment and what they can pay. So that Housing Choice Voucher is the difference that allows them to be able to move into safe, affordable housing. And it's also critical for the operation of all the affordable communities that we manage. That Housing Choice Voucher income really helps with the operations and maintaining the property, especially during this inflationary environment we've been in with the really high insurance increases. So, and the part we play really is to make sure that at the site level, the applications, once they go directly to the Housing Authority, is complete and it doesn't delay the process any further because there are so many delays within the program. Our job is to be able to get the applicant into their apartment as quickly as possible.
Alan, Atlanta Housing services over 9,000 families through its voucher program, most of whom are less than 30% of the area median income in high-cost cities like Atlanta. That's no small task. Since taking the lead at Atlanta's housing voucher services, what goals have you set for your team and what progress are you seeing?
Yeah, thanks, Bob. And good morning, everyone. So at Atlanta Housing, as you mentioned, we're serving over 9,000 households. A lot of them, the majority of that population is very low income. And we really set out last year, and as a part of a pillar of our strategic plan, to increase our housing voucher utilization as a goal of serving more families. And so when I joined Atlanta Housing, I just made 1 year old here in the role of Chief Housing and Real Estate Officer. We already had a platform and a goal set to reduce our waiting list and increase utilization. So last June when I joined, our waiting list was around 22,000 applicants. Today, I'm proud to say that we're just under 19,000 applicants. And that didn't just happen overnight. We deployed various different strategies to market our program. We've conducted a landlord symposium that was very, very well received, where we actually had existing Atlanta Housing landlords stand up and talk about the benefits to the program to other prospective landlords, as well as we had Atlanta Housing voucher recipients present as well, providing their testimonies, if you will, on how important getting access to the housing was for them. But we've also employed various other methods. We've enlisted consulting and contracting services to help us locate available units so we can recruit those landlords to our program, as well as we've been very, very vigilant around seeking out opportunities along with our other partner public agencies within the city of Atlanta, that when there is new development that is coming on board or preservation activity where units are going to be preserved and delivered, we've been very proactive around working with our sister agencies to engage them on deploying our voucher activities. So, the work still continues. We still have a very hefty waiting list, but so far those strategies are proving to be successful for us.
I mean, it's impressive all the various things you're doing. Do you feel like momentum is building in the efforts that you've been putting together?
Yes, absolutely. And one of the key pillars of our strategy is really trying to demystify, if you will, the process of becoming an Atlanta Housing landlord, but also dispel some of the stereotypes around the families that we serve. So, for example, there's this notion that a landlord would take on a tenant that's not productive in society, is not working, so on and so forth. And all of our tenants, have work requirements unless they meet certain conditions. Seniors that are on fixed incomes, persons with disabilities, so on and so forth. So when you're bringing on one of our, program, participants, you're actually bringing on, someone who's, active, involved in their community. They're working. They just need an affordable place to live that suits their income.
Which is so important in this environment to really have a true picture of who is receiving the assistance and the value it is to their families and to the communities you serve.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's move on to a little different topic here. Jason, you had talked about your research earlier, and 60% of households are ultimately unable to use the vouchers once they get them. One of your forthcoming studies looks at challenges for both housing authorities and families when trying to utilize a voucher. Can you tell us more about the study and share one or two preliminary findings that are especially relevant to today in this audience?
Sure, thanks. Before I talk about the study, I want to briefly just give a thanks to the funder of the study, which was the Cooper Housing Institute, who's also a sponsor of this event today. Cooper has a long history in the LIHTC program, and I think that gave them a good sense of the importance of this Housing Choice Voucher program as a additional source of housing support for low-income families, so we appreciate that. The study that you mentioned was conducted by RAND and jointly with the UC Berkeley Turner Center for Housing Innovation. And what we really tried to focus on was understanding the kinds of policies and practices that are associated with the most successful outcomes in terms of utilizing Housing Choice Voucher Program resources. So really briefly, I'll just, at the risk of being a little pedantic for many people in the audience, I'm going to give a quick spiel about utilization in the program. So there's basically two ways of measuring utilization that HUD uses to sort of judge the performance of PHAs. The first is voucher utilization, which is how much of the vouchers that you're allowed to essentially lease up do you actually use. The other metric is budget utilization. How much of your budget used to support those vouchers do you use? Now, one of the kind of overarching findings of the study was that in recent years, because the program funding has grown substantially for the HCV program. However, rental costs have outpaced that growth even more. What that's done over time is it's led to budget utilization really being the primary achievable goal for most public housing authorities. What's the problem with that? Well, first, you're serving fewer families if you're paying more for each voucher that's in circulation. But importantly for PHAs and what they can sort of do to effectively run the program, the source of funding for all the administrative support and all the sorts of innovative things that Alan mentioned and that we found were really important in our study is administrative fees. Those fees are paid per leased voucher to housing authorities. They're not paid for, say, like as a portion of your budget or things like this, right? So as you spend more to keep fewer vouchers out on the street over time, what you do is you end up with less money to spread across these kinds of efforts to really make the program successful. What are those kinds of efforts? The things that we found that were working really well and that are rapidly expanding despite these financial pressures are the kinds of things Alan just alluded to: extensive landlord engagement, really trying to streamline housing inspections, really just using a very customer service approach to recruit and retain landlords. Things like damage mitigation funds, which we heard from PHAs aren't really even so much necessary in practice. It's just that they're sort of a psychological mechanism that make landlords comfortable and sort of help to dispel some of the stereotypes that Alan alluded to about voucher families. On the tenant side, we saw a lot of people beginning to use much more intensive housing navigation services to help people navigate the really difficult housing markets, issues with landlord discrimination and things of that nature, and even some innovative programs to provide assistance with things like utility arrears and security deposits for tenants, often in concert with local nonprofits or local government to help sort of fund these things, which, as I mentioned, are becoming a lot more difficult to support. The point you mentioned, Bob, about success rates and how low they are is really critical factor that came up a lot. This makes utilization difficult when you have to issue many more vouchers than you're ultimately going to lease up. It makes it harder for PHAs to effectively plan to use just exactly all their budget resources, because to do that, they often have to sort of risk overspending, essentially. So one thing we found that has become much more common is allowing really long search times for families, really a much longer time to go and successfully find a unit. That takes away flexibility from PHAs, but also maybe sort of removes the ability to continually lease or issue vouchers to families that don't ultimately succeed in using them. And then maybe one of the last things that we found is growing in importance is the project basing of vouchers. That is, instead of issuing vouchers to families, pledging vouchers to housing developments, which has been alluded to here, and is kind of an increasing way to support deep affordability for LIHTC developments that need like long-term operating subsidy to succeed. Now, project basing, is kind of a trade-off with one of the tenets of the Housing Choice Voucher Program, because in some sense it kind of trades off housing choice. But we found that many PHAs in really difficult housing markets are finding that trade-off worth the cost to increase the supply of housing that is going to be available to voucher holders, because they can't be discriminated against with sort of projects that is associated with project-based vouchers.
It sounds like the theme that we're hearing here is that there is a complex mix of different elements that come into the solution, and studies like this that actually identify and show different programs that are successful really help to cross-pollinate information, so more and more PHAs can learn from others and hopefully be able to utilize those programs to be more successful. So it's a great study. Bonnie, at NAA, I've heard from members that inspection process is one of the biggest challenges driving housing providers from the program. Bonnie, you oversee residential communities across multiple states and many different authorities. Have any of the housing authorities you work with taken steps to streamline the inspection process? If so, have those changes made a notable difference in how quickly and easily vouchers families can lease up?
We're not really seeing a notable difference across the country yet. The average right now is about 2 weeks across the country. There's a couple of housing authorities that take longer, sometimes up to 3 weeks. And then some of the smaller PHAs are able to do it within about a week. So there really is a wide range of period of time for inspections. All that time, housing recipients are waiting on housing, and if we could speed up the process, it would really help the housing recipients.
Yeah, and that is something that we've both heard in many of the conversations we've had with people across the country. And it's unfortunate that there's no standout winners at this point in time, but hopefully through conversations like this, we can get to that point.
We hope so, and we certainly hope for a day that it becomes more like LIHTC, where on a LIHTC property, we know the rules, we process the applications, we get them in housing very quickly, and we're held accountable when there are annual audits and when we send the files in monthly. And if we could move to something like that with the PHAs, where you hold the housing provider accountable for following the rules, think how many more Americans we could house quicker by streamlining the process.
Great. Alan, Atlanta Housing has led the way nationally in developing landlord incentive programs to boost participation in the voucher program. What strategies have you pursued, and what's most effective? So this is a play on the question I asked earlier.
Yes, absolutely. So we've done a number of things, and for us, kind of lowering those barriers, improving ease of use has been the key. So we launched and actually revamped our online web portal for our landlords, so that they can get access to information more quickly and submit information to us, using online forms, uploading documents, so on and so forth, to speed up the process. We also have staff within our organization, dedicated portfolio staff for all of our landlords. So not only can they use the electronic portal to upload information, they have a dedicated person that they can call when they have questions, when they have issues, that can immediately try to address those issues. But also, we've been very proactive with working with large multifamily landlords as well. So we provide them an opportunity to work with the tenant to self-certify the inspection on the unit. That can reduce the lease-up time to as low as 10 days. And that's been very, very successful when we've been working with our large multifamily landlords, as well as we've developed an incentive program for our single-family landlords as well, such as if they pass their initial inspection, first-time inspection with us, we'll pay them a $250 bonus. That way, when they approach us and they say, I have homes available, we'd like to participate in your voucher program, it provides an incentive to make sure that home is tenant-ready for us. And so we've done all of those different measures, as well as for our landlords that pass 2 consecutive clean inspections. We then move to a biennial inspection, where they get inspected every 2 years. Again, incentivize them to maintain the units, keep them in great condition, so that we can continue to work well together.
Yeah, you have the unique challenge that you have 2 very different audiences you're dealing with this program. And I having the ability for the individual landlord to be able to call and ask questions and feel like there's somebody there to help them, I think is probably invaluable, because it's something I've heard over the years is that it feels like an adversary situation. And if you take that adversarial elements out of it, it becomes much more collaborative, which I think is great, is something you should be applauded for.
Thank you.
Jason, any reforms to a program as large as the Housing Choice Voucher Program should be grounded in data and research. And your recent study on utilization will no doubt help guide locals and federal efforts. Looking ahead, are there any other research questions or gaps that seem especially important to explore to improve rental assistance and to ensure federal dollars are used effectively?
Yeah, so one thing that we discussed and heard a lot about in our study on utilization was issues around geographic variation and payment standards. So specifically things related to HUD's small area fair market rent policy. Again, to not over-explain, this is essentially a policy HUD is increasingly mandating certain metro areas use, where instead of having a metro-wide set of rent ceilings for, say, like the maximum rent support for a two-bedroom apartment, HUD has moved some areas to using zip-specific rent ceilings. And the idea there is really to sort of tilt the payment standards so that, if families want to try to seek housing in sort of higher cost and presumably higher quality areas vis-a-vis housing quality, resources, access to jobs, things like this, then they can do so, and there's a greater, sort of incentive in that they'll receive more rental assistance. We heard from PHA officials in our study that were looking at as sort of being mandated to use these. There was some apprehension about, potential complexity being a problem for them, about zip codes being kind of a suboptimal way to do this, because often zip codes may, they don't necessarily represent some neighborhood. They may include high and low housing quality areas, and it may be that like there's a higher rent ceiling, but only the lower quality housing is going to be available to voucher holders and things like this. But we also found that over time, people had more experience with this policy, often had more positive experiences with it, and found things like that it could incentivize landlords and developers to fix up more housing, make it available to voucher holders and things like this. There have been a few short-term studies on different aspects of this policy, but I think more medium and long-term research is warranted. That's something I'm actually getting underway on doing. And I think that given especially that HUD is just in this year rolled out mandatory SAFMRs for I think another 25 metro areas, this is an increasingly important development that I think more research and evidence would be good for.
That's great. I mean, going back to, the mid-90s when I first came to the apartment industry, I remember that it was it was very much the individual needed to be involved in the rents, in providing the rent information, which was especially challenging with the smaller operators that didn't have the sophistication. And when the PHA had to pull money back from accounts, it had a chilling effect on people's desire to work in the program, and it took us years to really educate people and get them back up to the levels they needed to be. So I think the more research around areas like this and things that can be streamlined, anticipating the different types of people that are using the program, I think is the best way forward. Bonnie, let's turn to the role of HUD and federal policymakers in driving improvements to the program. Bonnie, you've worked directly with HUD on these issues. What was the collaboration like, and where were the key outcomes from that work? From your perspective, is there one reform HUD should prioritize to make the program work better for housing providers?
Well, last year, HUD and NAA kicked off a partnership, and HUD went with and met with housing providers across the country so that we could talk about our pain points with the process of being able to accept housing vouchers and being able to make the program work more efficiently for the residents that we serve. And they were very, very open to all of the pain points we brought to their attention. But as you know, sometimes change is slow, and so we haven't really been able to see some of that rolled out. And I am hopeful change will happen because according to HUD's own data, from a period of 2010 to a period of 2020, 55,000 housing providers across the country left the Housing Choice Voucher Program. And think about how many homes that impacted for people who need those vouchers. And they all said they were not discriminating against source of income. They wanted changes made so that they were not losing, the housing provider was not losing so much money participating in the program. From the lengthy inspection process to delayed payments, these are things that really impact an operator's ability to maintain their property. So we're really hopeful that all of the pain points we identified at some point will be implemented into change.
Thank you. This next question is for the entire group. There's been bipartisan interest in Congress in the Choice Affordable Housing Act, which would strengthen the voucher program and make it easier for housing providers to participate. Do you think this legislation would lead to meaningful improvements? And are there other reforms Congress should consider to better support both families and housing providers? So any of your thoughts, please.
Well, yes, I think any type of incremental improvement that you can make in the program to make it more accessible, to make it more, viable, and to strengthen it and really make, reduce the barriers to make it easier to use for landlords and property owners to access the program, and for us as a PHA to facilitate that access, we're very much so in support of. There's one thing around, trying to convince, landlords around the value proposition, for, the voucher program. They get that. What they don't want is the headaches and the burdens that come along with the red tape. So that if we can reduce those barriers, I think it'll just open up even more opportunity for landlords to welcome our tenants, in their buildings. Great.
And I would add that housing providers across the country welcome the Housing Choice Voucher Program. If we could get behind all the red tape and make it work for the applicants who really need the housing, there's no more satisfaction than moving in a senior citizen or a working mother, someone who really needs that apartment and has been on a waiting list for a Housing Choice Voucher, to be able to move those people into safe, affordable housing. It's what we do, providing housing, and we absolutely want to participate in the program. We just need it streamlined so that more operators across the country would willingly want to participate.
Yeah, and just one last thing I would say is that in terms of our study, what we found was a lot of PHAs trying to do really innovative things to really improve the participation in the program. And a lot of those things arose from the emergency housing voucher program that occurred during COVID, which is recently being curtailed. That program came with a big supply of vouchers and then a lot of additional funding to really do innovative things to get the program to succeed. That has really spurred a lot of these ideas that people are trying to roll out into the broader housing voucher program. But those issues I mentioned earlier with pressure on administrative fees and less funding to make these things happen is a real barrier. And I think that this bill would really do a lot to alleviate that and really allow PHAs to use these really good ideas that have been germinating over the last 5 years or so.
Great. Those are great responses, everybody. Alan, since we're here at the Summit on Housing Supply Solutions, I'd be remiss if...
An affordable housing crisis we used to refer to. Now we refer to it generally as a housing crisis because there's just not enough homes available. So in the city of Atlanta, our Mayor Andre Dickens, set out with a bold plan to create and preserve 20,000 units, by 2030. Our esteemed CEO, Terry Lee, took it upon herself to commit our agency to providing 10,000 of those units, to create and preserve. And so while we're very active in regards to providing rental subsidies to support families having an affordable place to live, we're equally as active on the development side and working with our private partners through public-private partnerships, providing them capital and providing them additional resources, including housing choice vouchers, so that they can facilitate getting new supply online, renovating and preserving units, for long-term affordability. So we're trying to attack it on all fronts, and we're very fortunate to be in a location in the city where we've got the local political support to try to address that issue and help us along.
You're doing great work, and hopefully we get some ideas that others can take away after this panel. Jason, you recently studied the drivers of the housing supply shortage in California. one of the most expensive and challenging markets in the country. Can you share a few high-level takeaways from that work? And do you think other states could benefit from applying some of the same recommendations?
Yeah, so thanks for that. So I recently conducted a study that looked at completed cost data for multifamily housing projects in California, Colorado, and Texas. This was a mix of market rate projects as well as LIHTC-supported affordable projects. Kind of the headline finding from it was that basically to build the same apartment in California that you could build in Texas would cost about 2.3 to 2.5 times the amount of money. That gap was even larger for LIHTC projects. Colorado was kind of in the middle of the cost between these two extremes of Texas and California. Interestingly, we found that Colorado was the only of the 3 states that actually had parity in LIHTC production costs between market rate and affordable housing developments, which is something is really kind of a mystery as to why they do so much better than what we saw in these other states, and that's something I hope to push on more. But to sum up the kind of California cost driver gap, I think the simplest thing we found that really makes the point is that in Texas, the average development time from start to finish was about 2 years for market rate projects, which should be expected to go perhaps faster than affordable projects. In California, this time was around 4 years. So, it's not hard to think about the ways that drives cost. You have equipment and people on a site longer, you have land carrying costs, financial carrying costs, on and on. And I think, many other high-cost regions in the country could benefit from the kinds of reforms we identify, which are things like states taking discretion away from local jurisdictions to delay and lengthen project timelines, the curtailment of heavy reliance on municipal development fees that we found in some areas in California totaled up to 13% of the complete project cost, basically just a sort of municipal tax. With LIHTC development, we found that a key cost driver is just really excessive design and building requirements that are often more commonly associated with some of the smaller funding sources in capital stacks. So you might get 70% of your funding from 9% LIHTC credits, 15% from some local, say like, City of Los Angeles housing fund, and that housing fund has maybe 4 times the requirements of the LIHTC funding for all kinds of prescriptive things about the building. I think that's something that maybe the LIHTC program could use incentives to sort of curtail. But really to link this back to our discussion today, the problems with the Housing Choice Voucher Program are problems with the housing market. We have incredibly dysfunctional housing markets all over the country. In these high-cost areas, the programs that are trying to do this good work are struggling the most. Lowering production costs, speeding up the production of housing is really the simplest, cheapest way to do this, because a lot of times it just involves taking away excessive regulations that have been discussed here that really aren't serving any purpose except maybe some entrenched preferences among certain aspects of these communities. And so I think that there's really a direct link in sort of aiding the efficiency of important programs like the Housing Choice Voucher Program with these kinds of broader reforms that will really just help the housing crisis writ large, as Alan mentioned.
Yeah, and I completely agree with you. It truly is a crisis, and Ron had touched on it on the first panel when he was talking about this decentralized model we have for making land use decisions has lent itself to an environment that is all over the board pre-COVID, so there's life before COVID and after COVID. We had done some research looking at the 50 markets across the country and ranking them based upon the difficulty to develop. And as you would suspect, every major metropolitan area in California was at the top of that list. And that's something that we really need to address, not just in California, but throughout the country. So now we are at the point in the program where we'll be taking questions, and so they'll be pushing some questions through to us here from the audience.
The screen is blinking on and off for some reason.
Well, maybe we won't have questions from the audience.
It was there a second ago.
There was something there a minute ago. Oh, here we go.
There we go. It went away. I think there was a question that said something. Yeah, there you go.
There are ways. I think the timer is competing with the questions on the screen.
There was something asking, are there ways to make the program friendlier to landlords in high opportunity areas or something?
Yeah,
Is that what you
it's
saw?
open.
Yeah.
Yeah, the question relates to, are there ways to make the Housing Choice Voucher Program more attractive in higher opportunity areas, areas with good jobs, good access, to amenities, schools, and, and so forth? I think that's the gist of the question. And I can say, at least for, the Atlanta Housing Authority, we've been very proactive in reaching out, to those landlords in those high opportunity areas in the past, trying to market our program. What we've seen recently is because of, inflationary pressures, and then quite honestly, some softness in the market in the Class A portion of the market, we've actually seen the reverse happen, where a lot of those property owners, a lot of those developers have been approaching Atlanta Housing to say, I've got a funding gap. Can you assist me with this funding gap? And in exchange, I'll provide, some affordable units. And we're able to actually work out, on several transactions. We actually have 4 that are currently in the pipeline right now, developments that are going to deliver roughly about 1,000 units. And because we were able to work with those developers, we're probably going to secure around 200 of those 1,000 units that are in high opportunity areas within our city for our Housing Choice Voucher recipients. And so there's a way that you can work through public-private partnerships very creatively to open up opportunities for your families in these areas. And I should also mention, because our Housing Choice Voucher Program, we're able to pay a competitive rent, it's actually economically beneficial for those developers. It helps their deals underwrite, and it's been accepted in our market by both their equity investors and their lenders. And so we're seeing a lot of positive progress and making some headway there.
Yeah, given the economic conditions and the excess supply from the record delivery, there is an opportunity for the program to make inroads, especially in the Southeast and the Southwest. And that's going to be that way for probably at least another year, year and a half. So there is an opportunity there. Are there any more questions from the audience or people that are joining online? I think that's the same question.
Yes, we have another question from online. I'm going to read it here. This is for Bonnie. One of the key elements of the Choice in Affordable Housing Act is support for landlord liaisons. How could this help owners and operators navigate and succeed using Section 8?
It helps greatly. We work with some housing authorities that do have those liaisons, and it really does speed up the process. So it's very much welcome. Anytime there can be an intermediary between the housing authority and the landlord to speed things up, we are all for it and embrace working with it.
Okay, there's another question here. There's growing evidence that college students face high rates of housing insecurity and homelessness. Do you have any ideas for how housing supports like vouchers could be improved to better support students?
That's an interesting question that was not on our script, so any ideas?
Yes. Well, in particular, one of the ways that that we can support students are for those students who are actually whether they're full-time students, but they're also working students, they're independent students, they have a different type of status. And so we can treat, within our agency, we can treat students that have independent status, meaning they're not receiving any financial support, things of that nature, from their families, but they're also employed, a minimum of, I believe, 25 hours a week. They can actually be eligible for one of our voucher programs. Now, the challenge is, as I mentioned earlier before, we have a tremendous wait list, for vouchers. And so, our strategy and our mandate is to serve the most vulnerable families first. And so oftentimes, students get left out of that process. But I will tell you that within our portfolio, we've got a number of, young working adults that actually happen to be, students, and some of them, are parents, head of households, and they're active participants, in our program from that aspect.
Great thoughts. We're now at the end of our time, so with that, now it's time one of those days. Could you please help me in thanking our panelists who have been up here today? Now I'd like to turn it over to Henry Cisneros, who will moderate the next panel discussion on state-level strategies to improve housing affordability. Welcome, Henry.
Please welcome to the stage Henry Cisneros, Board Chair of the Bipartisan Policy Center and former Secretary of the Department of Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you and welcome to this session on the role of the states in housing. I've been looking forward to this. I'm excited because in all the years that I've been working in the housing field, the states have never been thought of as major players in housing. And now we're seeing some very exciting things happening in states across the country. Real innovation and real results. I think this subject is going to be more important if you listen to the language out of Washington these days, and particularly in legislation, more and more involves devolution of responsibilities to the states. This is going to be really tough if the devolution doesn't include flexible financing that states can use to enact housing solutions. But we have with us a group of folks who've been doing this creatively in some of the states that are leading the charge. So let me introduce our panel to you, beginning with Ruth Ann Wisniewska, seated to my right. She's the Commissioner and CEO of New York State Homes and Community Renewal. She oversees a portfolio of programs supporting housing construction, preservation, and tenant protections. She oversees a force of about 1,000 people. 600 of them are in New York City, the rest in Albany, working across the state. But please join me in welcoming Ruth Ann, Commissioner of New York. Next is Deborah Goddard, who is the Secretary of Rhode Island's Department of Housing. She previously served as the agency's chief legal counsel and has led numerous state-level housing investment and policy initiatives, not only in Rhode Island, but in New York and her base in Boston. Please welcome Deborah Goddard. I've had the privilege of working with Steve Walthrop from Utah in a national housing crisis task force where he's brought really creative ideas to the process of how we're going to spread the word and the work in housing beyond top-down solutions to things that are really working out in the country. And Steve has shared with me the range of things that are happening in Utah and resulting in great, significant developments across the state. He is the senior advisor to Governor Spencer Cox of Utah and a former state legislator and the driving force behind Utah's Housing Affordability Commission. Please welcome Steve Walthrop. And Julia Glanz serves as Deputy Secretary of the Maryland Department of Housing and Community Development, the state right adjacent here to the District of Columbia. She's the former city administrator of the city of Salisbury, so she brings a local perspective, but now is focusing on state responsibilities in the housing area. Please welcome Julia Glanz. So my job today is to extract from these folks facts that are useful to you in the housing field about what states can do. So if, from your part, if you'll keep your minds open and think about states, what can states be doing? I'd like to begin the round of questioning by asking each of them the same question, which is, tell us why states should be involved in housing. Those of us who care about housing haven't really thought about the states very much. Why is there a state role, and what form should it take? And we'll begin with Ruth Ann.
Sure, thank you. Thank you for having me. Look, I think that as sort of state leaders, we are all in one way or another very focused on sort of the growth and the success of our state and the people who live there. And that relies on growing our economies, which means that companies are coming to locate in our states. And with those companies come employees, and they all need to live somewhere. So it's incumbent on us, I think, as states to really be thinking about housing. As the head of a state housing agency, I have been doing that for quite some time, but really focused on sort of affordable housing, which is our mission. But it's become very clear to us in the last couple of years that just focusing on the production of affordable housing isn't going to cut it, because we need, as a state, housing at all levels, for all types of people of all types. And that means we need to have a broader approach. And so we have taken that to heart and are really coming to housing from a really sort of broader state lens.
New York has always had a role in housing. There's a handful of states that I recall for 50 years have been involved in housing. New York is one, Michigan is another, Massachusetts maybe to a lesser degree. But New York is also unique. When I was Secretary of HUD, we had to treat New York as a state differently because in it was New York City. And so the state of New York had its own housing authority. I think it was Mitchell-Lama Housing, right? And other things. And then New York, the Public Housing Authority was just different. You had all the housing authorities in the country and then New York's, NYCHA. So just given that New York has been in the housing business for that long, how does that change what you do?
I think it makes us think creatively and sort of really statewide about we have a lot of great assets, a lot of great resources, but we know we need to do more. So how do we capitalize on New York City? How do we capitalize on Long Island, Westchester, places that people very much want to live and use the resources they have? How do we come to the table and bring resources so that really, housing of all types can get built around regional centers where there is a lot of growth, like New York City?
Deborah, you, in contrast to New York, you come from a smaller state, the smallest state. But yet in Rhode Island, which is a very beautiful place, there's some serious challenges in cities like Providence and others, sort of Rust Belt problems of places that were once significant industries, textile and other manufacturing that is now gone, and a lot of poor people in Rhode Island, as I've noted over the years. Tell us a little bit about a new initiative in Rhode Island that deals with a goal of 15,000 new homes.
Sure, and if I can just step back for a moment about the role of the state as well.
Please.
Because the department here Rhode Island just came into being in January of 23. And that came about with the governor and the legislature realizing that there had to be a coordinated, coherent state policy that imbued funding decisions and related to communities. As well, the states have a lot of lever on regulatory and zoning matters. Everyone says zoning is a local matter, but it's usually by the grace of the state's legislature. So we have a lot of levers that the federal government can't use. We have a lot of levers that we need to nudge the localities to use. Part of the change in creating the department was the creation of a state housing plan, Housing 2030, first statewide housing plan since 2006, with a goal of 15,000 new units between 25 and the end of 29. It may not sound like a big target to a lot of you. For Rhode Island, it's a huge target, particularly given that in 2021, we were last in the nation in building permits. So we think we have a fairly challenging yet achievable target to get to.
Is that primarily in the cities, or are you looking in suburban and rural areas as well?
All over. As I say over and over again, every Rhode Islander should have the opportunity to live wherever they want. But we have graded it. We've created municipal targets for every community for both overall production and low mod. But we have looked at whether they have public transit, what kind of job centers they have, and so we've mediated it for what we've called continued growth, moderate growth, and strategic growth for every community.
Steve, in some senses, Utah couldn't be farther from New York and Rhode Island than it is, but it is unique in several ways itself. One, it's a fast-growing state. The area around Salt Lake is one of the fastest and most prosperous areas of the country. And it's in the American West, where we haven't thought about governmental involvement in housing, state involvement in housing in many of the Western states. But you have seen it differently yourself, not just state policy, but you personally seem to have a high level of commitment to the state's role. You want to explain that?
Yeah, I think if you look back historically, in 1984, about 95% of our country had a ratio of home price, median home price to median wage of 3 to 1. That was the rule. Our financing structure was built on it. Everything was created around this 3 to 1 ratio. The only places that didn't apply were New York City and Boston and some of the urban centers. And now Utah is at about 5.7 to 1 on average. In some of our cities, it's closer to 8 to 1 or 9 to 1. So the reason that the state really has to be involved in a way that government has never been involved in market rate housing. It's because it's half as affordable as it was even 5, 7, 10 years ago. And so, traditionally, the federal government and the state have worked together on very low-income housing. But this shift, and this is a seismic shift in the housing market all across the country. And it's changed the need for government involvement in what traditionally, from a median wage earner, was market rate housing, and you didn't have to worry about it. The markets would take care of it. That is no longer the case. And so that's why we're so passionate about creating for our younger people entering the workforce and young families. They have to be able to start. They have to be able to get on the treadmill. Last year, the median age of the first-time homebuyer in the United States was 38 years old. I mean, that's a shocking statistic. And if people delay 10 years of getting on the equity train, their outcomes are significantly different than if they can get in their late 20s, which used to be the rule. Utah's a 70% home ownership state. Now 70% of the state can't even afford a $350,000 starter home.
Now, you once described to me a physical development of large scale that would not have happened but for the state's involvement.
Yeah, I think there are several. We just had one that broke ground up in northern Utah, just above Salt Lake, in a place called Weber County. And 725 unit development on 200 acres, working with the county, working with the Planning Commission, and there was a lot of opposition to creating a starter home component of that development. We added 275 starter home units to that development by shrinking lot sizes. No change in the overall size of the development, but the density went up by 275 units, which is significant, almost a 40% increase. And we did that specifically for the development of sub $400,000 single-family detached starter homes. And they delivered the first 12, and they have a waiting list now, I think, of 300 plus people from that community with no advertising. So the demand is certainly there.
And the state was involved directly in those projects?
Correct. The financing tool that the legislature created, we call it the HB 572 fund, is a $300 million fund to provide lower cost financing to developers who are willing to make that commitment to deliver starter homes at an affordable price, deed restricted for owner occupancy, which helps with the city's pushback on starter homes. And then one thing that they did interestingly is they opened it up for a 2 to 3 week period for local residents, local employed people who are nurses, firefighters, teachers, military. They had first shot at these homes.
Interesting.
And again, the list is now massive.
Yeah. Julia, Maryland, a lot of pressures in Maryland from the proximity to the district and the region, from the wealthiest and strongest regions in the country. But yet there are rural areas of Maryland and the Chesapeake and other places. The role of the state as you see it.
Sure. Well, thanks everybody and good morning. The stakes are too high in Maryland. Our population is not growing at the rate that we needed to. We are adjacent, as you mentioned, to Delaware and Pennsylvania and Virginia, all states that have lower costs of living. We have to be aggressive in this way.
And in some parts across the state and across the nation, it's really challenging for local governments to deal with our friends that make the most noise. We know they're in the minority. Polling data shows it over and over again that our residents need us, want us to act. And if local government isn't going to do it, the state has to step up. So it is dire for our economy. So Maryland hasn't historically gotten into this space, but Governor Moore is a leader, and we've had some recent successes here.
Let me ask all of you whether you know of other states, whether you've studied other states, and any jump to mind of unique things that either you wish you were doing or you expect that we're going to see across the country as states weigh into this area. Each of you, anybody who has anything you want to add.
I don't think I'm allowed to say that New York copied Utah, because that's probably not permitted. But I certainly looked, and we looked in New York at what other states were doing. We are just about to launch a mixed income revolving loan fund that will be low-cost construction financing to spur what are sort of majority market, but also with an affordable component projects. Again, we really came to the realization that while we are funding as an agency 100% affordable projects, we need a lot of other housing to get built in addition. We would like to double the number of construction starts we have in New York State over the next, each year for the next decade to get where we think we need to be based on job growth. We have some big employers coming into the state. And so, we pivoted and are doing things sort of outside our normal business, not unlike what Utah is doing in terms of low-cost construction financing, which is not something we had done sort of in a market rate aspect. But we are also funding accessory dwelling units on the heels of California and a bunch of other states that are really expanding their footprint there. So I think we all feel, imitation is the finest form of flattery. I think that's the term, that there's nothing to be lost by looking at what other states are doing. We don't have to do it exactly the same way, and I think that's really sort of the greatness of the sort of state effort, is that we can do it in a way that works in our state, but it's sort of getting to the same outcome of increasing production.
Other comments?
Yeah, this is interesting. We've been following what's happening in other states across the country, and it's red states, it's blue states, it's purple states. You've got Arkansas that just passed an ADU law allowing ADUs by right. New Hampshire just did.
Talk about that Arkansas model, because that sort of crosses ideology.
Yes.
In many red states, they would want to protect people from ADUs on their property, but here it's sort of been flipped, and it becomes a property right to do what you want with your property somehow.
Yeah, it really has flipped the script. I mean, you've got Montana that's done the same thing, California, Oregon, Massachusetts. I mean, there is no political ideology that's consistent in housing other than everybody hates density. That is consistent across every political ideology.
Well, and also a unifying force, everybody wants affordability.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, everybody in Utah, as you mentioned, we're a fast-growing state. Everybody wants to have kids. They want their kids to be close, just not that close. They want them to build in a different city. And, we have so many children now living in basements. Our governor just talked about his 2 adult children that just moved in. They just graduated their last daughter. His 2 kids moved back in.
If you live in the governor's mansion, the kids might be attracted.
They thought they were free and clear, He thought he was done. And now they've got 2 kids moving back in. Our lieutenant governor has a married daughter with a child in her basement. Yeah. So it's very real for these.
So I stopped you. I stopped you on Arkansas. You were about to mention.
This is really a sweeping issue.
Deborah, you...
This is really a sweeping issue.
Deborah, you had a thought.
Yeah, I mean, we are looking at places that have done by right multifamily. Rhode Island is almost exclusively single-family zoned. So we are starting to take bites at the large lot single-family zoning. We have to do it, I think, in steps. There's some stuff being heard today. Tomorrow we'll know if we've made further inroads. But it's really critical, again, to get a little bit more density for cost effectiveness, as well as something we talked about earlier. Rhode Island is losing and is going to continue to lose land to climate, and surrounded by water. We have got to learn how to build more densely if we're going to attract people maintain our housing stock.
Yeah. Julia, any thoughts on what you see in other places?
Well, all of my colleagues up here rattled off a lot of great examples that we're either trying to or have succeeded with. I will just add a component from the local perspective in my old hat, pairing that with the by right residential and commercial. In Salisbury, where I was previously, we created a tax incentive program in our core to help with multifamily residential building. Wasn't necessarily affordable, could have been, but waived taxes for a certain amount of years. In a tertiary market, I'm sure there's some local governments here from smaller cities. It's really challenging to get that interest from developers to make it cost flow. And so waiving those fees that weren't going to come to the local government anyway, it was an easy win.
Let me just, all of this prompts a question about the governance side of it. Since in many places, states have not had a major role, now they're taking on a larger role. What's the interface with localities and with the private sector? Are you welcome? Are you having to force your way in? How would you characterize it?
I mean, with localities, it's always a mix, right? And I just keep saying I am going to be that pesky, insistent voice at the local level. That's part of my role. But I also have talked to philanthropy and employer centers, and this goes back to something that was said in the first panel, to try and create a voice. There was a voice around a bond bill last year. I want that voice now of employers, faith communities, and others that bring a different tenor, that bring a different value to help create that persistent voice at the local level. I've had some folks say, you know, we need to have sort of a sophisticated phone tree. There's going to be a planning board meeting. We got to get our yes people out there. So it goes both ways. There are plenty of communities where they're split, right? That folks want housing and they're up against their own neighbors. Part of my role can maybe be to help facilitate that conversation.
Got it. So you get pretty micro. You get down to the community level.
Yes, which is, I think, fairly easy in Rhode Island to do as well.
You had something you wanted to say, Steve?
Yeah, I think
on the interface.
Yeah, when you on the local versus state issue, we've got a very strong league of cities and towns in our state. They represent most everybody. And their mantra is partnership, not preemption. And they've been preaching that. And interestingly, about 2 weeks ago, the governor hosted a summit of city leaders in the mansion. We had 48 cities represented, mayors, and he pulled out 4 or 5 specific examples of cities who were doing it wrong. And very pointedly. And those cities are, well, some of them are still angry. But they were mad that they got called out in front of their colleagues as a bad actor. And so I got phone calls, texts right afterward. I just met with one of those cities on, don't know what day it is, but whatever day that was last week.
A bad actor on, for example,
bad actor.
zoning.
The governor specifically called out. They had 100 acres. The developer's been trying to develop this mixed income housing for sale. I mean, just they've got money for sewer. They're ready to participate. And they've been stalled for 3 years.
Yeah.
3 years they've been trying to get a meeting with the city, trying to get things moved.
So the role the state is taking is provocateur, make it happen, push.
Absolutely. So they had me come down, and literally in 70 minutes, that 3-year delay went away.
Yeah.
And so that shows that its willingness in some circumstances. You know, do the local governments have the right set of incentives to want more housing? And I think that's something we haven't solved yet is, you know, other than just beating them with the bully club, you know, what do we do to create the right incentives around housing so that they want it, so that it, you know, it adds to their community? And that's really tricky.
That's interesting. Julia, in Maryland, the legislature just passed some regulatory reforms and land use reforms and focused on housing supply. Give us the color of that.
Sure.
What's the dynamic behind that? Because this is a new dynamic in American governance, that the states would be the movers trying to get housing built.
Sure.
And in some communities, at least, the traditional NIMBY and zoning concerns and so forth have to be overcome.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think for so long, governments have told us where we shouldn't build. They haven't really talked about where we should build. So last year in 2024, we passed a historic housing package in the legislature, and one of the components of that was the Housing Expansion and Affordability Act, which ensures we're incentivizing development and investing in the places where we should be building. So that looked like, for us, formerly state-owned campuses and federal campuses to be able to build more densely if there was an affordable housing component included in all of these, land owned by nonprofits and land within 3/4 of a mile of passenger rail. So looking at the transit-oriented development, if you're from this area, you know there's lots of opportunity, lots of vacant parking lots, especially with the change in work culture here in Maryland. There's a lot of opportunity to build more densely around transit. And so, contrary to popular belief, building more densely, doesn't overcrowd our schools. It doesn't tax our infrastructure and our services. Those people are already in our communities. They're just living in, overpopulated housing. And so we had good success in Maryland last year with working with locals. I think we approached the issue in partnership and didn't overstep. We didn't have as much success this past session with a targets bill, unfortunately, but we have, like in many other states, a strong municipal league. Our counties are very strong and vocal, but it's a mixed bag of those supporters and those loud voices that oppose this.
I don't know, what the critical variables are to convert a state into a aggressive player like your states are, but it sounds to me possibly like it involves a governor who is pro-housing. Just talk about that for a minute, the kind of support you get from your governors.
Yeah, I just mentioned the governor's convening power. We brought 48 of the cities in, talked to them about his passion for this issue, called out a few bad actors, and said, we need to do better. And out of that meeting at the press conference afterward, interestingly, the conversation shifted from partnership, not preemption, to practicality, not politics, which I think was designed by the league to kind of provide a shift. And if we can get into practicality, we can solve issues. If it becomes practically based, then all of a sudden now you're working toward a common goal of let's provide housing for our citizens, let's reduce traffic by creating density in appropriate places. I mean, that's a huge, huge shift.
That is a big shift. That is a big shift. Others, comments on your governor's roles?
Well, leadership, as you said, and Governor McKee had municipal lunches, and he made them the focus was housing. So he would bring in about 10 of the municipal leaders at a time, introduce myself, we had lunch, and the topic was housing. The league was there, again, a good ally. He's a cheerleader for it. Out of the ARPA money, he made huge percentage of investment into housing. So he sort of staked a claim right there about what we're going to do. And then in our state's 2030 plan around education and health and income, I was gratified. I'm fairly new. I was gratified to see what he recognizes that housing's the foundation for all of that. For all of his critical goals, housing's the foundation. So that's driving all of us.
Wow, that is powerful. Ruth Ann, you have served under two governors, Governor Cuomo, who was a former secretary of HUD, so he obviously knew the subject as governor, and now Governor Hochul, who comes from the Buffalo area, as I recall, and has been very active with working with local government there. Your thoughts on the role of the governor?
So Governor Hochul is laser focused on housing, and she's laser focused on it as really the key to economic success
statewide?
for the state, statewide. Yeah. And we
a couple of years ago looked at sort of doing kind of more of an enforcement regime, not unlike kind of New Jersey and Massachusetts have some of these sort of long-standing kind of, if a project doesn't get approved locally, there's an override. We got an enormous amount of pushback, and to your sort of question about the local role, and we got an ask from the locals around carrots. And so the governor came back with a lot of carrots and said, we will incentivize you to build housing, and she made $750 million available specifically to localities around the state, but only if they become certified as a pro-housing community, which is a program we run at the state level, that if you are either growing your housing stock by a metric we've set or you commit to growing it, you can have access to large amounts of dollars, which localities need and want for their own infrastructure needs and economic development needs. And so she is very focused on it, and she's very focused on incentivizing localities to really come to the table by providing resources.
Interesting. That is powerful, and I've not heard of that before. Let me ask you to take the lead, and we'll ask everyone else. Any specific ideas with respect to financing, capital programs, financing strategies, fundraising strategies, money? Because I expect, if in fact there is a massive devolution of responsibility to states and localities, that it probably won't be accompanied by the scale of money that's necessary to do it. So there'll have to be creativity on the financing side. Thoughts?
Yeah, I would say, we have come back in the last 3 budget and legislative sessions with a series of sort of tools in the toolbox that we need, and they range, to your point, from everything from, and as Julia said, making state-owned land available. We have a state-level tax credit. This year we just doubled the amount available of a state credit for low-income housing. Property tax exemptions. Property tax exemptions are really powerful, especially in New York City, to create low-income housing and mixed-income buildings. So re-upping and improving tax exemptions, providing those statewide at opt-in, but they have to be created at the state level. We are very focused also on office to resi conversion, so enabling that at the state level, allowing changes, and then creating a tax incentive to create affordability in those. So we really see sort of a suite of things. There's kind of no one tool that really is going to solve the housing shortage for us in New York State. We need 15 or 30 or 45 different things depending on the locality. So we've been coming back year over year to add to that pool of things, including capital and sort of structured finance like the mixed income loan fund that we're launching this year. And I think that'll continue to be until we really hit our doubling of housing. We're going to come back year over year, I think, with more creative solutions.
Other thoughts related to money?
We did just create a state low-income housing tax credit in Rhode Island last year. Voters passed a bond bill last year. The governor has told me
voters passed a bond?
A bond bill. Mm-hmm. Governor's told me to spend it, and he's willing to go out again for it. But I think we all have to recognize there is no full solution if the federal government walks away. The states can't make it up.
Yeah.
And I'll be a little bit bold here and hopefully not make people cry, but there is not enough government money in the world to solve this issue. I mean, if you think about historically, we've been focused on very low income. At the government level, we've tried to help in that space, and we haven't fully succeeded. We've struggled to keep pace with that. When you add now this market component to things, we cannot fund that. We can do things, creative financing, we're doing those things, but we cannot rely on taxpayer funding to buy down rates for everybody in that middle income space. I mean, just the math does not work. And so one of the things that we're really focused on as a state is looking at land, because that is one thing that we have access to, we have capacity to do. So the state-owned lands is our first issue, is looking at all of the lands owned by the state. Then we're going to local governments and doing the same thing, all the land owned by local governments, all the land owned by school districts, all the land owned by universities. And we're hopeful that the federal government will figure out how to make their land available. And then on the East Coast, you've got properties. It's not land. We've got 70% of our state owned by the federal government. Mm-hmm. But on the East Coast, you have infill parcels that are very valuable, that are underutilized. So we're really looking at those underutilized, publicly owned parcels, and then using that to subsidize the cost of housing, but then long-term keep that subsidy in place so that it goes for the benefit of future generations. And it's tough.
Yeah, the Secretary of HUD will be here this afternoon, and hopefully we'll hear something about just where exactly they are with respect to cuts in existing programs and changes in strategy on others, and or any new ideas that the Secretary may have. But clearly the federal government has been the lead player, and we're just looking for answers at the margins. Julia.
Sure. Well, just building off of your point around private investment, we have a laser focus here in Baltimore, up the street in Baltimore. We know that if we don't get our heart right, our center right, we're not going to get the rest of the state right. So the state has made a commitment of $50 million of investment into vacant structures to redevelop them in Baltimore in targeted neighborhoods. The city has also committed funds. We have a strong council network that meets every month, led by our secretary and the commissioner of the city's housing department. And we're working with philanthropy. They're coming to the table with dollars to enhance our investment and make sure that we're getting into a granular level, focusing on the neighborhood level, building lovable places, great places that are going to have high returns.
Well, we've covered a broad range of subjects here, but we want to hear from the audience, and there have been questions that have been submitted. What is the mechanism, Francis? Are you going to ask those questions? How can states, the questions are up here in front of us. How can states prevent local jurisdictions from opting out of participating in producing housing, becoming de facto gated communities? You've mentioned, several of you have mentioned it, but do you have any additional thoughts on this subject?
Well, it's a carrot or stick approach. The state has lots of access to grant dollars. We can use them as a carrot and use it as a stick on the other side if folks aren't participating. That's something that we're talking about. We're rolling out a new geographic layer that's focusing on communities that have been left behind related to redlining, urban highway construction, all of the terrible things that government did out loud and didn't do out loud. But we are targeting investments into those communities based off a variety of categories that we developed with the legislature.
But let me ask you, if the politics are such that a local community is afraid of its own constituents and doesn't want housing in this area, how is the state not subject to the same politics?
I'll take a shot at this one, and then we can go to. We used after the meeting. I talked to a couple of reporters after the meeting with the governors, with the mayors, and they said, "Is this a carrot or a stick?" And I said, "It's a carrot-shaped stick." And that really is the key. Governor Polis in Colorado, we're waiting to see. He threatened funding of all kinds. Any state funding to any city that does not comply with their housing plan is cut off. Now, that's a very extreme example. A bunch of cities freaked out and said they're going to sue. That's the power of the state. It really is the power of the purse. We have transportation dollars, road maintenance funds. Those are kind of the sacred cows that we haven't touched yet.
But again, the politics. I assume what we're saying is the state has a bigger view. Its priority is let's get people in houses because we're not going to get jobs here and we're not going to attract industry if people can't afford to live here. And they provide some protection for a community that very parochially says we don't want them here.
Yeah, we've created a system now in our country where people used to buy a property and you thought your bundle of sticks was this big. Now your bundle of sticks is this big, and you own the road, you own the view, you own the traffic, you own the schools, you own all of that, and we've convinced ourselves that we own beyond our property, and we've fostered that. We've created planning commissions and regulations and all of these things to prevent growth from happening. One city council member just wrote an op-ed that said, "I've been elected to make sure nothing changes in our city." I mean, that's just an asinine statement, but you can't. But that's what people believe. They're thinking that way, and so that's the real challenge. Yeah. Sorry, I interrupted.
No, I was going to say almost what you said. Folks keep saying the governor and I are moving towards, we will rank and give preference to communities for the funds they want based on how they're doing against the goals we've set. And in fact, I think today there's probably...
Based on how they're doing against a housing plan?
Yes.
Yeah.
So for each of the goals we've set for them. But also part of what we're doing is, I don't want to sound Pollyannish, but there are a lot of stereotypes too. So a couple things. In our housing plan, and every time I speak, whenever I say 30% AMI, I say that's a truck driver, that's a daycare worker. So we're starting to put faces on what that terminology means. And a lot of people start seeing themselves, if not their children. The other thing we're doing is we're creating a visualization toolkit. They think they know what affordable housing looks like. And I think good design, good urban planning, land planning can be hugely facilitating. So.
Yeah. There's another question here. Should federal funds such as CDBG and low-income housing tax credits come with more pro-housing requirements, such as related to zoning and permitting? Anybody want to take a crack at that?
I certainly wouldn't want to put more on the low-income housing tax credit program. I think we got to be careful. I don't think that's the right vehicle. Again, block grant, this year, we have seen an overwhelming demand to use our state block grant for housing. So I think it's all this other stuff that we're doing that has turned those localities around. And remember, these are the smaller localities that aren't grantees unto themselves.
Yeah, I would also say I think a lot of places, to your point about nobody likes change, people are afraid of change, and I think people think if they don't change, that change doesn't happen, when in fact it actually does. You just don't control it because you didn't participate sort of in that process through zoning or building more housing or whatever that might be. So I do think that there's a lot of good, and I think a lot of that aversion to change is hit a crisis level in a lot of places, but I also think that we've certainly seen places in Long Island that have built, townhouses or sort of like low-rise density in their downtowns that seniors have downsized to, and then, 10 new restaurants open up downtown because all of a sudden all these people live there and they all want to drink coffee and go to restaurants, and the other towns adjacent are like, oh,
this is an interesting question here. And in the reconciliation bill, there's a program to sell off federal land for housing development. Is this something the states would want to encourage? Now, federal land, very sensitive subject. Some want to drill on it, others don't. But generally speaking, I think at least on the right, there's a sense that federal government owns too much land out in the West in particular. So maybe this ends up being a kind of a positive way to use it, which is for housing. And it's in the reconciliation bill that says something. Thoughts on that?
I think it's all balance, right?
It's all what?
It's balance. Even at the state level, we're meeting with our environmental management folks to talk about state land, what's appropriately put in conservation, what's an overreach for conservation. Housing development means anything. If that ends up being, 2-acre zoned housing, then we've missed our shot.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I mean, Utah's nearly 70% federal owned. You go to Nevada,
Wyoming.
90%, Wyoming.
Yeah.
The West is really struggling with access to developable property in certain areas. And if you look at Southern Nevada, they've had a really innovative program for a number of years that Senator Reed put in place where they have made BLM land available for affordable housing development. They've had some really good guardrails around that.
Mm-hmm.
So, if I was writing this, I wouldn't say just sell it off to the highest bidder, because that doesn't really address it addresses the supply need, which we definitely need to address, but it doesn't address the level of pricing that we really need to focus on. And
there
so
are
I
some
think
great
there's
examples of surplus military land, Air Force bases being converted into housing, like Lowry in Denver, for example, and others across the country, I think in Sacramento and other places. Well, folks, our objective here today was to put ideas on the table from some of the people who are doing the best work. And I hope we've accomplished that objective of giving you some sense that A, there is a place for the states, B, it can be effective, C, we're probably going to need more of it given the direction of federal policy, and there's smart people out there who can get things done and get housing built. Let's hear it for this panel. Thank you. Now, the next thing for you to clap for is that it is lunchtime. And there is boxed lunches out here, but because the schedule is very, very tight after lunch, and we have to hit our marks for senators and the HUD secretary and others who are coming who are on tight schedules, we need everybody back in the room at 1 o'clock sharp. So boxed lunches, refreshments, see you back at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. It is wonderful to be here with you today. I'll wait for the folks in the cheap seats to quiet down. All right. Allow me to share a couple quotes with you. Quote, "This time, everything that we have is gone. Right now, we have no money, so we're just trying to figure out where to go next." Quote, "Especially for our children, getting back to stable housing is the most important factor." Quote, "Our hearts are breaking." Quote, "We need to bring these jobs back, but first my workers need their homes." These are the words, real words, of disaster victims over the past 3 years, expressing to us their deep vulnerability after they've lost their homes, after they've lost their communities. Today's panel, this panel, we're going to talk about innovation in post-disaster housing, which is something I know everybody in this room can appreciate. We already face a major housing supply issue, which is just exacerbated when there's a natural disaster for both renters and for homeowners. I am thrilled to be joined today on the stage with some experts who are going to share some of their expertise with us on innovations that are happening across the country. First, we have Taylor Marr, who is a senior housing economist at Airbnb. Taylor leads Airbnb's housing research program and works closely with Airbnb Housing Council. Welcome, Taylor. We have Carlos Martin, who is the Vice President for Research and Policy Engagement at Resources for the Future. Carlos has 25 years, I'm sure you would, just yesterday, of experience researching housing technology and the physical quality of existing homes. And finally, let's welcome Sarah Morgan, who is the president of FAHI, a network of 50 diverse community-based nonprofits working to build homes and communities across Appalachia. She's an expert in housing finance. Good to know. We need more of those. Let's welcome our panelists, please. And as a reminder to the audience, because you may have forgotten this during your lunch break, if you have questions, please use the QR code on the other side of your booklet. And for those of you in our viewing audience, please feel free to use the link in the YouTube station chat that you have in front of you. Okay, Carlos, let's set the stage. Let's set the stage.
Let's do it.
We know that there has been devastating extreme weather over the past years, and it just seems that every storm seems more frequent and has more strength to it. Talk to us a little bit about the risk that we face right now and what's driving those risks.
Well, the risks are real. I mean, if you look at a variety of different events, including hazard events like wildfire and hurricane. If you look at flooding, for example, we already know that there are about 4 million homes in the United States that are at extreme risk. That's not to mention those homes that are at significant risk and a wide range of risk, and that will increasingly fall into those categories in the future. 4 million homes at immediate extreme risk of flooding, about 10 million homes at extreme risk of wildfire. So the risk is real, and it's happening across the country. One of the questions I always have enjoyed pondering from students, from journalists, from the general public is, where can I live in this country where I won't have exposure, any kind of exposure?
I'm sure that's a frequent question for you.
Frequent question, and the answer is every place on the planet is going to have some kind of change, right? And in some cases, it's been a more elevated risk, certainly looking at places like the Southeast, like Florida, with regards to hurricane and flood risks. Out west, looking at wildfire, but the whole country is going to be experiencing higher temperatures as well that don't necessarily fall in the traditional disaster definitions and declarations, but those are also apparent risks that we have to be considering.
Thank you. And what you're saying is that there's no one place in the country that is safe right now. We all have to be alert to the impact of natural disasters?
Of many of us in the field say there's no such thing as a natural disaster, that these are all socially constructed, mainly because we build in places and we have exposures, and it's people who are experiencing them, right? So these are hazard events that are occurring all over the place.
Thank you so much. Sarah, I am sure that the communities that you work with, that you serve, have seen their fair share, whether it's flooding or tornadoes. Talk to us a little bit about some of the challenges of helping families find short-term, temporary, stable housing, which we all know is just the beginning of the issue before we get to long-term recovery housing. But talk a little bit about how long does it take to place families and any challenges that you encounter.
Thanks. First, I just want to say thanks for having me here today. I think the part of the question we originally talked about was like, how long does it take to get people back into permanent housing? And I have some really disappointing news, folks. Kentucky was hit with massive flooding, unprecedented flooding in 22 in July, and the first federal dollars are hitting the ground to rebuild right now. And that's not for a lack of any work. We're talking almost 3 years later. I'd like to reframe just a little bit because I think I can give you a different perspective. I represent a network of nonprofit housing organizations. We have some very high capacity in eastern Kentucky, which was hit with the flooding. And I've got a colleague on my team, Pam Johnson, who the moment the flood hit, she jumped into taking care of people mode. Our network diverted their business model. They were normally built homes, and they turned around and started mucking out houses. And this is because we all leaned into our expertise. Disasters are, like, we're not set up to respond to disasters in our economy. That's just not what we actually have infrastructure built for. So our initial response was sort of a ground zero. We stepped into a role to coordinate. We clarified what the roles were for the people who were responding. Ours was leaning into our housing expertise because, quite frankly, the states don't have that outside of the housing finance agencies, and they clearly do. But from the development side at the state, we viewed a long-term mindset. This is a marathon. It's not a sprint.
And let me ask you a question, Sarah, because I actually visited Kentucky after the first major flooding occurred, and these were really small towns where I felt like, would these towns even be able to come back because so many people had left? Talk to us a little bit about your concerns tied to that.
Yeah, so...
and put your mic a little bit closer.
Oh, thank you. When Secretary Fudge came to town and you guys awarded this Commonwealth almost $300 million of CDBG-DR, they came to Jackson, Kentucky, which is a town of maybe 1,000, maybe 2,000 people. The mayor is the only paid employee. So in order to organize an event to thank the secretary and staff for this, she organized the venue, she brought the tables, she brought the water, she made the cookies. There's a lack of capacity at the state level because the state who manages those CDBG-DR money, they're used to managing infrastructure improvements or economic development, which is a very different animal. And the communities themselves, while the state's awarded the money, they've got to apply for the money. They're not set up as grant writers. And then you've got local developers. We had this network of very experienced nonprofit developers who knew how to use home money, but CDBG is a little different. And so we started to play a pivot role. We brought in some consultants to help bring expertise. And before the first dollar has hit, we were raising private resources to fund the ongoing work. And so we launched a Housing Can't Wait campaign because we weren't going to wait for somebody else to come in and take care of this problem for us. And initially, Out of 8,000 homes that were impacted to date before the first dollars are hitting the ground, we had over 500 homes already.
That's
People
wonderful.
are already back in homes.
That's wonderful. You should be congratulated for that. Thank you. Taylor, let's turn to you. What role does Airbnb see for itself in recovery efforts tied to natural disasters?
Yeah, and just to echo, thank you for having me here. Great to be here. I want to first go back to a story back when I was living in Iowa. I live here now. I was living in Iowa years ago. Wake up at 5 in the morning to my neighbors, and my house was on fire. And it's a disaster. You wake up, it's unexpected. You grab the dogs. I had a little sister. My family all loads into the vehicle with a couple items abruptly, and you have to evacuate. And this is something that tens of thousands of residents very recently in LA experienced. Just no time to prepare. You have to hit the road. And where do you go? If you have family nearby, that's great. But the hotels fill up, and lots of people needed shelter, and shelters were also full. So Airbnb.org, which is a nonprofit part of Airbnb, founded out of Airbnb, was actually started in the wake of Hurricane Sandy, of a host in New York City wanting to welcome those who also were impacted by the floods. And so in LA, Airbnb.org was able to house 23,000 residents, at a moment's notice, basically.
Can you repeat that number again?
23,000 through local organizations to provide emergency housing was sort of an immediate need, but also, again, we're talking about relief, and it takes a long time before you can go back. Even if your own home was not destroyed, there's still, logistical challenges to just going back to a neighborhood that was burned down. And having a place that you can stay in for a month. More than 80% of these stays were within just 50 miles of where they were from. So it's people trying to stay in the same neighborhood, schools where they can continue to work and raise their children. And so that's a long process sometimes that people need.
So who picked up the tab? Who paid for this emergency housing?
Yes, so the 23,000 stays through Airbnb.org were all just through donations. So people can donate. Hosts, many hosts on Airbnb decide to open up their home and welcome people for free. If they have maybe an ADU or other things, they can house people, and people recognize that need. Also, a lot of funding comes through Airbnb from the company itself provides funding. But that was also just a lot of local partnerships. People raised up to recognize we need this flexible housing that shelters or other accommodations don't provide, and that's where the Airbnb's role is sort of in this new flexible space where when disaster strikes, you need something immediate and flexible. It might not be the long-term option, but this is the challenge around disasters and post-disaster, not only immediately but also recovery. As you're rebuilding your home or repairing it, you need a place to stay as well.
Was the wildfires in LA the largest event that Airbnb partnered with providing temporary homes to people?
Well, there are maybe the largest natural disaster. Airbnb.org has also provided emergency stays for refugees fleeing Ukraine, and many other, Afghan refugees that came here. Lots of other disasters, most notably the hurricanes in Florida, Hurricane Milton. There were also a lot of emergency stays through those types of natural disasters. So there's a lot of different disasters, but LA was definitely a very large-scale immediate need, and having that critical infrastructure of housing there was really powerful in enabling that. For example, in some cities, you might not be able to house as many people that need that emergency housing.
Certainly innovations there. Carlos, you set the stage earlier by sharing with us that the extreme weather that we're experiencing now is very different from perhaps when much of our housing ecosystem was built, both our rental and home ownership. What should we be doing now in terms of how we're looking to build smarter and more resiliently?
Yeah, and we didn't even get into sort of the secondary and tertiary effects, right? Of people not being able to get insurance afterwards, people not being able to, thank you, people potentially having devalued properties in the long term. So we have to think about all of those effects when we're creating new solutions, right? Certainly improving new housing construction standards is going to be absolutely critical. challenging one because then the question becomes who pays for that extra additional cost. But I and a wide range of other people have always talked about the importance of existing housing because that's the reality. Most of our housing was built in places that we didn't know were going to suffer certain kinds of extremes. So how do we do those retrofits? And again, the question comes up, who pays for that? And certainly there's a role for the individual property owner, for the insurer, as well as the local government to step up and make sure that that household can buy some time at least before the house becomes completely unviable in the longer term because of environmental challenges and the extreme weather that you'd be facing. So it's a wide-ranging answer to the question because I think it's going to take all of those solution sets. Right. One of the things that I've been tracking is the number of pilots that we've been seeing. Pilots in insurance programs, pilots in mitigation programs, pilots in municipal finance and reinvestment, particularly in places like California with the California Resilience districts. But these pilots are happening in silos. Like we need all of those solutions happening in the same places.
Are there any really super promising prototypes right now for strong, resilient housing you want to point us to?
In terms of programming, I'd say all over the country and in very differing political contexts, right? In Alabama, for example, Alabama was the first state to have an incentive program for fortified home, for IBHS's fortified home program. New Jersey has a very thoughtful buyout program. The Blue Acres program. California has the California Resilience Zones, and they've been investing in a lot of these places. How do you change the nature of local finance to incentivize movement and more development in safer places, right? So I think all of these have to be occurring at the same time. So there are great experiments all over. They just need to be coordinated.
That's right. We have to figure out how to scale the most promising prototypes. You're going to jump in?
And just to add to that, before Airbnb, I was at Redfin, and we had a lot of data on climate risk and flood risk, fire risk, and did some research on how homes are increasingly sprawling out and being built in disaster-prone areas. And unintuitively, one of the most powerful climate resilient things you can do is actually zoning reform that allows for more housing to be built in the areas that are more climate resilient. So, for example, in Arizona, a lot of homes sprawl out from the center over the last several decades into more fire-prone areas, and this is definitely true in California as well. And by allowing for more denser housing in the areas that do not face as much risk that's not necessarily a disaster prototype in terms of, it's like fireproof siding or anything like that, but it is really fundamental to, if we want to have more resilient housing away from flood-prone areas, away from fire-prone areas. Oftentimes, zoning is a barrier to that and allowing more housing to be built in those areas.
I think this crowd knows a thing or two about zoning being a barrier, wouldn't you say? Sarah, you're on the front lines. How is resiliency being included as you are thinking about long-term recovery housing?
Is that working? Okay.
Now it's working.
Yeah, now
you got it.
It's a complicated question in a part of the country where we have some of the poorest counties in the country. And so I really want to highlight a comment earlier from Secretary Goodard, where she said for Rhode Island, she said people should be able to live where they want. I've heard repeatedly folks are like looking at sort of my organization like, why don't you move people out of there if it's so poor? And there are reasons, like rural places are places where our food is grown, where we have natural resources, where people want to come for ecotourism, and where the families have support systems. It's been key to our mission from FAHI from the very beginning. We first built warm, safe, and dry homes for affordability. And so thinking about resilience is not just about the unit, it is about the family that lives there. The one interesting thing that's happening right now with the 22 flood is Governor Andy Beshear went out and started organizing what we call high ground communities and bought property high up, flat land, and those sites are being used for redevelopment, and there are several of them where the homes are in the process of going up right now. And so that is one way, because those are not the houses on the hillside, if you will.
Oh my gosh. And this is just a reminder for the audience here and the viewing audience that if you do have a question, please use the QR code or use your YouTube link. Taylor, let's circle back to you for a second. You know, as disasters begin to shift where there are people living in more high-density areas, how is Airbnb thinking about its evolving role into the future?
Yeah, so part of it is recognizing that we don't always know exactly where disaster will hit, and we also don't always know exactly where those residents will need to go. Right. So having, connections with third-party organizations is really important, with local organizations where they can be activated immediately. So the speed of which we can unlock supply and connect people to where they need to stay is really powerful. As I mentioned earlier, about 84% of the bookings around disasters happen within just 3 days. It's often immediately after. So it's partly about protecting some of these homes to be available for families when they need it the most. It's also about recognizing it may look different. So some people may be displaced from their home and they actually relocate to a new city. And we see that happen a lot. In fact, we've recognized millions of Americans have relocated to a new city and had to stay in an Airbnb while they're finding more permanent housing in different cities. And so especially if it's a more urban context and there's very little housing available, that becomes essential. It can take a long time to find more permanent housing solutions. And so that's part of the evolving role, is really finding the partners on the ground that can help connect the people to their need.
Okay, thanks. One of the things that we've been hearing, Carlos and Sarah, is trying to define or redefine the responsibilities for who's responsible for disaster recovery, both in terms of the short-term response, but certainly the long-term disaster recovery efforts. What are your thoughts about the right balance there between local, state, and federal? I mean, you're studying this, you're seeing what's happening on the ground. What are your thoughts about the right balance?
If I can start the conversation. Certainly, this is one that's top of mind right now among our policymakers. And all the examples I gave before were about hazard mitigation, the things we can do beforehand to prepare in the future. But I hadn't talked about the things we could do in the recovery and who should be playing the role and who should be paying those costs. And the reality is, any setup that we have is going to have its advantages and disadvantages. In some cases, it's helpful to have states take a bigger role because they help set up the local zoning requirements, the building codes. They can incentivize better construction and help deal with the local communities in a different way than the federal government can. The reality is the federal government has been a backstop for the last 50 years in this country. So to eliminate that is not thinking about the timing of how this can happen will put certain states at a disadvantage. A lot of states simply don't have the capacity to bring up this question again around states' roles, either in emergency management or recovery, long-term recovery in terms of housing. So streamlining that relationship between federal, state, and local governments is absolutely critical. But making sure that you're staging this in a way that can prepare all of the people, all of the stakeholders, is going to be absolutely essential in this conversation.
I agree almost 100%. And what I would add to that is that our response to disasters at the federal level is siloed. FEMA does one thing, it's very important. The redevelopment efforts are siloed from that. There's no alignment or coordination necessarily between those two because they're operated differently. And then our states are not set up. If it's a housing-related disaster, they're not set up for this. So we have housing finance agencies, and then we have departments like economic development departments where the CDBG dollars goes, and those two things are not in aligned. And then you also have a network of providers who look like me, who want to, I want to be your friend when you need your next disaster. We have our next disaster. that organization in the field, like we're scrambling quickly to get to respond to people. All of those efforts are not aligned. My friend Nick Mitchell-Bennett, who's the CEO of Come Dream, Come Build down in the Colonias in Brownsville, Texas, will say states need a master plan for disaster response, and he's been advocating for this for years, so I need to give him the credit for that. But we need a master plan.
Thank you. I recall that during my last stint at HUD, there was a real effort to try to make sure that states were actually speaking to the state housing community, was actually speaking to the state emergency management community, so that they were aligned and ready whenever a disaster hit, and they were not meeting each other for the first time in the midst of a disaster.
That is happening. We have in my region, we have a group who gets together and they're working together, but still their efforts are not. They don't have a master plan that aligns their efforts. They're still talking but working separately.
Okay. So we're talking a little bit about sort of the government's role after a disaster. I'm going to suggest, and I've heard you all say that it's complicated, right? Sarah, you used the word siloed. I will say that, many of you know that I'm originally from St. Thomas in the beautiful U.S. Virgin Islands. And so, I've had family members who struggled to figure out which application to fill out, who do I fill it out with? Someone said yes, someone said no. It can be complicated, absolutely. What are your thoughts, the three of you? What are your thoughts on, I won't say if you had to change one thing, but what are your thoughts that if you were to streamline the process or try to make sure that the three levels of government were working, with each other in a more outcome-based way? Based on your experience, what would you say that there's something we can do? And when we get to the Q&A, I throw that broadly to the audience as well. We welcome all ideas. What do you think?
Well, certainly you planted the seed for one of the most obvious solutions that have been proposed that has received bipartisan support, and that's a universal application that would be eligible for across all programs. The challenge is the universal application throughout the country would require at least the federal government role, right? And so making sure that things like that kind of coordination are still playing out to have states mimic that later on is important. But universal application is clearly one, having a clear sense of where all the funding is. I mean, right now with the proposals that have been put forward, all of the previous questions that everybody had about how much money any jurisdiction would have had because CDBG-DR didn't have permanent statutory authority is even more complicated now, right? Because now—
Can you repeat that last part about CDBG?
I will repeat it on all CDBG grantees' behalf. CDBG-DR, disaster recovery, is not permanently statutorily authorized. So this requires a special congressional appropriation every time. Usually it means that the Congress over the last 15 years has said, for the last year of any declaration where there is still unmet need, those jurisdictions have eligibility for a grant. But that waiting for a whole past year, then you're delaying the recovery process in those places even longer. So that's another solution. The challenge is, then again, that's playing a federal role. If we're talking about who benefits and who needs to start stepping up to the plate, that has to be figured out while we're figuring out what the pots of money are.
And that's a bipartisan effort. I mean, I think our experience has been in terms of CDBG-DR being supported as an important funding stream, wouldn't you say?
That has historically been true for those specific legislative actions. There have also been a wide number of other, and I don't want to dominate the legislative conversation here, but I do feel like there's a wide number of bipartisan support, because clearly, as a country, at the end of the day, we're all in this together, and we appreciate the fact that supporting a backstop in the federal government helps individuals regardless of their political affiliation, regardless of their geographic location.
Thank you. Sarah?
I would lean into the fact it needs to already be there so that we're not chasing. We had support of our congressional force in Kentucky, and it still took months before the award came, and then the process to do all the stuff you have to do, the comprehensive plan, all the action plan, all the stuff, takes months. That whole process needs to be, there needs to be an existing something.
Yeah, and I would just add that, ultimately it's an abundance of housing, of building more housing near areas that can house the people that, might have relief need, recovery need, but also immediate shelter needs. And the more housing that we have that, there are all types of policies at every level of government that can unlock that, but streamlining permitting and reducing the barriers to building more housing in general is really key to setting up resilience for when disaster strikes. And, even just nearby these communities, having more housing available is key. And also, as representing partly the private sector, is just unlocking the incentives that allow people to really step up and, construct more housing and provide this need when disaster does strike, that there's an incentive to kind of meet the failure of the market, which is, there's a lack of availability.
So one of the innovations that's been offered over the past couple of years in post-disaster housing is modular housing. Any thoughts on how to incorporate that, or do you think that there is any resistance to modular or manufactured housing as a post-disaster response?
Can I take this one first?
Go for it.
So there's a lot of stereotypes out there, but well-constructed, factory-built homes are a solution I think we need to lean into in this country so we get faster production. Freddie Mac has a study that basically says we're building today 1/10 of the houses that entry-level homes that we were building after World War II. And our population continues to grow. So this is a critical need. They will, if they're put on a permanent foundation, whether it's modular or manufactured, they can be financed as real estate, which means they will appreciate for the home buyer.
We got some applause in the back there.
And we have two nonprofits that have Come Dream, Come Build, who I mentioned earlier. Nick needs to now pay me marketing fees for him. They launched Dream Build, and one of my members is franchising that in Appalachia. I also have another member who was telling my network back in September that they learned how to bring modularly constructed houses in, and he's figured out how to do modular footings. Now I'm out of my depth now because I'm not a construction person, but he can get a house 80% placed in under 5 days. We need systems change in this marketplace, and those are some examples. So yes, I think so, and y'all can disagree with me now.
Anybody want to get in on that, or?
I think anybody who can produce housing quickly is a hero, right? So the question is speed always, how does speed play out with quality, right? And so that, not in terms of quality of construction, but quality of the transition, of the transaction that occurs, particularly for people who are rebuilding their own asset. But all in favor. We're seeing a lot of great advances in that. There just has to be scale.
That's right.
For those to be financially feasible.
Taylor?
Yeah, I mean, I 100% agree that manufactured housing, modular housing is a key to unlocking a little bit more supply in especially some areas that can allow for this housing. I know of one developer in Colorado, for example, that was dramatically able to ramp up the housing production by leveraging some of this local modularized housing. And even better was that it was partially subsidized by some of the local funding that came from local taxes and transient occupancy taxes of tourists coming into the state, able to tap into that fund to support this modularized housing in Colorado was actually a really powerful thing as well.
So before we get to the audience questions, let's look out. Now, Carlos, I said I wouldn't do this to you, but I'm going to do it anyway. So let's look out. It's 2035. It's 2035. What does a more optimal disaster recovery system look like? What does that look like? That's only 10 years away. Maybe we want to go out 20 years. But what does it look like in this country? Okay, I can start with Taylor.
We joke that I don't even know what's happening in 2025, let alone 2035. So I'll be quick. It's one that centers the households, right? Particularly the most vulnerable households, and looks at their long-term economic outcomes and the cohesion of their communities. That's the ideal.
That's good. Taylor?
Yeah, I think it's having, first of all, a plan in place where everyone, there's awareness. Like I said, even with my own story, it's unexpected, it's abrupt, and you have to figure out what to do. Often people don't know where to turn, and they're already on the road, they're fleeing. And so first it starts with preparedness, and I think that's a collective effort across every level. And second, it's having the technology infrastructure in place that people can immediately book it on their phone as they're fleeing, and not have to call and sit on hold for a phone, to get approval or funding for something. So having solutions that are more immediately available is very much key.
Thank you. Sarah?
I agree with both of those, and I would just add, I think we've got a marketing effort with the people in our country and these places about how they prepare for this, which isn't done.
Thank you. Okay, so our first question. Natural disasters tend to have a disproportionate impact on renters, true. Yet most disaster programs are oriented towards supporting homeowners who suffer property damage. What are your thoughts on how to support renters after disasters? And Taylor, let's start with you, because I think that speaks to some of the modeling that Airbnb has done.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So, I mentioned relocation, and that's a very big use case, especially when disaster strikes, particularly for renters who are less invested in returning to that same home, especially if it might take time to repair. They need to find a new home immediately. And, I myself, when I relocated from Seattle to DC, I ended up having to sit in Airbnb for a month while I found, more permanent housing. And that's the situation of a lot of renters. They're, often changing cities, or even if they're trying to stay in the same city, they ultimately need support to help find more permanent solutions. And I think having either a supply to do that, or the means in which we can support, those renters as they find their relief and recovery efforts take time.
Sarah or Carlos, any thoughts? How to support renters?
The CDBG program has a relocation policy and plan that's allowed to help renters who are displaced, and that same thing could be replicated for renters in a disaster. It's going to be expensive.
Just echoing, CDBGDR has done a much better job of making sure that rental properties are redeveloped more quickly, and that they're included in action plans over the last decade or so. But I would say there's a lot to be done at the state and local level with regard to rent gouging and enforcing those, having a longer term for rental increases to ensure that there's at least some stability. But in the long term, it's going to be, to my colleague's point, we need more housing in these places to help level out those price increases.
Absolutely. Thank you all for that. Another question. What are the incentives that would encourage the private and nonprofit sector to participate in post-disaster housing? This seems like it's queued up for you there, Taylor, but you want to take the first crack at it?
Yeah, sure. I think part of the incentives is reducing the barrier of someone who maybe has the space and wants to open up for housing. So I mentioned when Hurricane Sandy happened, there was someone who had space in New York. They had a living space where they could welcome in a family who needed emergency housing, and that was completely nonprofit. It was free and started Airbnb.org. But also, sometimes it's not just the incentives, but it's also reducing some of the barriers that might limit someone to be able to do that. And so, there's about 4.5 million vacant homes in the U.S., and that's a lot of housing that could be available and made available to people if they had the incentive to be able to, open that up. And I think that takes, strategic partnerships to where people can know, hey, I have this empty home, or it could be used. They need to have that connection.
Sarah, do you have a lot of private partners that you're working with?
We do. We raised a bunch of resources initially to deploy directly to our members, our HFA, our Federal Home Loan Bank System. These are not philanthropic necessarily, stepped up big. We have some individual investors who donated money. A bunch of our staff donated some money. But there is, like, part of the critical role for nonprofits to be able to step in is they need to see how they can pay for the work. And so I think, one, reducing barriers, and two, resources to fund somebody to get in and get started.
I'll add to it. So resources, the amount of resources obviously are an incentive for private and civil sector, but the certainty of those resources is absolutely critical. And this comes in everything from insurance claims settlements to assuredness of certain payments happening. And so there are innovations in the insurance world, like parametric insurance, that will pay out immediately after the hazard event that help expedite and ensure that a certain amount of resources are going to be available. So,
I mean, we could spend another 45 minutes just talking about the issues around insurance, but that's for another panel. Is there a role for 3D printed housing in post-disaster recovery? Carlos, I'll pose that question to you.
Sure. The answer is sure.
Yes.
I feel like all the technological solutions there's a potential there, right? My concern, and this is less on modular and manufactured housing because there's sort of time and tested technologies, is that we don't make vulnerable households guinea pigs in any kind of technological experiment. So there has to be some level of certainty. I'm always if it's so great, then the higher income households should be exploring these just as much as they're explored with federal resources for lower income households.
Any thoughts about 3D? Yes and yes?
I'd love to see one.
The Fortified Home Program creates standards for new construction that make them insurable depending on this local state insurance rules. For an existing home, so part of the challenge is we're dealing with multi-hazard scenarios, right? In some cases, you're not just dealing with a flood, you're dealing with flood and fire at the same time. You're dealing with up to 18 different federally listed disaster declaration types. So for an existing home, it's a lot harder, right? Because some of the retrofit challenges are impossible to overcome. But there are obvious things like everybody in this room knows. If you're in a flooding situation, elevating the home. If you're in a wildfire situation, removing landscaping around and creating a harder shell around the roof and the exterior envelope for embers not to burn as quickly. Yeah, so there are already several standards out there that exist.
I would just like to also point out, that won't answer this question, but both what happened in Kentucky in 22 and what happened with Hurricane Helene was unprecedented. And so I don't think there was anything construction could have done to change either one of those. Kentucky, none of the units were in the floodplain, or if so, it was just a few. They were mostly houses swept down hills. Hurricane Helene, it was roads washed away. It was crazy.
It was when I visited, it was really heartbreaking. And many people had lived there all their lives and had never seen the type of flooding that had occurred. And as we know across the country, many people are seeing flooding where they've never flooded before. So we do need to be smart about this. Okay, we've got 6 seconds left. One last word, real quick.
We're all in this together.
We're all in this together.
We're all in this together.
We are all in this together, folks. Thank you so much for your attention. Okay, thank you.
Means neither a red issue nor a blue issue. Everyone, regardless of their circumstances, should. We want to make sure that housing affordability remains neither a red issue nor a blue issue. Everyone, regardless of their circumstances, should have an opportunity to rise.
That's what this is all about at the end of the day, to be able to live the American dream. But we need to make sure people have the tools.
At the Bipartisan Policy Center, we believe deeply that every child deserves a chance to grow up in a community that sets them up for success. The Family Stability and Opportunity Vouchers Act is a critical tool to help make that vision a reality.
We've seen declines in the last generation or two to upward mobility. Parents who are incredibly rent burdened. These are the people we aim to serve through this Family Stability and Opportunity Voucher Program.
This is a very important way to try to make life better for these families, and in doing so, we will make life better for the entire country. The three components that make this model successful are, number one, a housing voucher, so people can have affordable housing. Two, the ability to make it mobile. And number three, providing counseling services.
Key outcomes that we will see from this program include a decrease in evictions, an increase in the life earnings of low-income children.
Over their lifetime, they'll make over $300,000 more than would have been anticipated.
That should be available to everyone, and it can. We need to scale up this proven program to improve the lives of 250,000 low-income families. This bill has thus far enjoyed broadly bipartisan support.
You do not see this kind of bipartisan effort, especially on these big issues.
It's incumbent upon our elected leaders to ensure that everyone has a fair shot at success in this country.
It makes you remember why we got into this in the first place.
We need to demonstrate to the American people that government can still work and work for all of those, including and most especially the least among us.
This is a really good example of where following the evidence, following the facts is the way to go.
It's been scientifically proven to improve the life outcomes of children.
The research showed very clearly that when you're talking about families with younger children, the benefits were very measurable and long-lasting from generation to generation.
We have an opportunity to really shape the futures in a positive way of so many low-income children.
When families have access to safe, affordable housing in neighborhoods full of opportunities, it transforms almost every aspect of their lives. Together, we can make lasting change, one family, one neighborhood, one bright future at a time.
We want to make sure that housing affordability remains neither a red issue nor a blue issue. Everyone, regardless of their circumstances,
To the stage, Katie O'Donnell, financial services reporter at Politico.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining us today. So as we've been talking about all day, affordable housing is one of the most pressing issues facing the country, and I am honored to be joined by Senators Lisa Blunt Rochester and Todd Young to discuss their housing policy priorities and the current environment in Congress. So, from restrictive zoning to limited funding to preservation challenges, I feel like there's a lot to talk about and sort of the federal policy role there. So I'd like to start on just kind of affordable housing more broadly. Senator Blunt Rochester, you sort of made this an issue in your campaign, and I'm wondering if you could kind of illuminate for us the biggest concerns your constituents had, maybe the top two concerns.
Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me. It's good to be here with my fellow senator. I know that it is the afternoon, and so I just want to make sure people are still awake, and that I think there's a thing called housers. Are there any housers in the house? Okay, we have some energy. And I think that's the exciting thing about this issue, is that right now, I don't care where I go in my state, up and down the state of Delaware, we are urban, suburban, rural, and coastal, people are talking about housing. When I meet with young people who are graduating from college and they're thinking about what is next for them, they're talking about the lack of affordable housing and the fact that they might still end up living with their parents. Seniors who maybe have to transition out of the homes that they're in or downsize are talking about housing and affordable housing, and our business community is talking about it. We built a hospital in one area, but folks can't afford to live near the hospital, so therefore they can't work there. And so it has such ramifications, including for our children. If they are unhoused, how do we expect them to learn? How do we expect them to be healthy? And so it was the #1 issue that I heard about up and down my state. And the two areas were availability and affordability. And from the availability perspective, it didn't even matter. We have not enough houses for individuals at the lowest income levels and the highest income levels. There just aren't houses. And I'll just end with an anecdote. I went to a manufacturing plant, and the CEO invited his COO to come into the office, and he asked her to tell me how old she was. I thought that was rude, but she told me. She said, "I'm 51." And he said, "Tell the then Congresswoman where you live." And she said, "I live with my dad." That, to me, typified the fact that we've got 8 million units short or thereabouts in this country, and it's affecting everyone. So that's why I'm excited about it. That's why I'm excited to be partnering with my Republican colleagues on it, because housing is vital to everybody.
Thank you. Senator Young, you have been a strong voice for bipartisan collaboration in Congress, and I'm wondering kind of what has made housing sort of put it at the top of your agenda during your 8 years in the Senate?
Well, I'm so glad you asked that question. It's really the same reason I'm glad you're holding this panel and creating a forum in which we can talk about housing today. And, you know, in the great spirit of the Bipartisan Policy Center, my story is very, very similar to Lisa's story. I happen to be a Republican. She happens to be a Democrat. Our states are different in different ways. But on this issue, my constituents insisted that I focus on housing. In fact, when I first campaigned for the U.S. Senate, it was in the 2016 timeframe, I told audiences repeatedly that I was going to come to Washington on their behalf and work on things that made a difference to their daily lives. And I didn't expect to hear about housing. But in rural communities and urban communities alike, north, south, east, west of my state, I heard about housing challenges. And so I resolved in my early months of serving as their senator to go around the state, and I established an agenda called my Fair Shot Agenda. The #1 issue in these roundtables I held was housing affordability. And I think it's a really important issue for all of us in the Senate to lead on, because it requires leadership. It requires making some difficult arguments, maybe, to our political bases. On the Democratic side, this is now sort of commonly called abundance progressivism or liberalism, where you need more stuff. If you want more renewable energies, you're going to have to permit for renewable energies. If you need more housing, you're going to have to permit and maybe ask people to get outside their comfort zones on zoning policy. On the Republican side, it's the demand side that can be a difficult argument. We need Republicans to understand that for decades we've been, through public-private partnerships, investing in people's ability to occupy nice homes so that they can work in those places that we insist they work on in order to become an active part of the community. So it's an interesting issue, but interest in this issue transcends political identity and geographical location, and so I think that's why it's sort of ready-made for bipartisan collaboration.
I think one thing everyone in Washington can agree on, or certainly everyone in this room can agree on, and most of Washington can agree on, is the need to reduce local regulatory barriers like restrictive zoning and land use policies that drive up the cost of construction. And Senator Blunt Rochester, your Housing Supply Frameworks Act, the first bill you introduced in Congress, aims to help states and localities tackle that issue. And so I'm wondering, can you tell us a little bit about the bill and kind of where it's headed?
Yeah. Well, as you said, this was, I really was conscious about, as a new senator, what would be my first piece of legislation that I lead? What would be that first bill? And I like jobs in the economy. I was Secretary of Labor. I always say if I had another middle name, it'd be Lisa Blunt Jobs Rochester. But housing was just so pivotal. And so this bill, our framework bill, is one that would really have HUD provide frameworks for state and local governments to work in partnership to really revitalize, reimagine, and rehaul zoning in different states, cut red tape, try to, again, grow the ability of more housing stock. And the last duplexes and multiplexes, and so our goal was to give local governments the tools to be able to do this, and I'm excited that it's bipartisan, and it's I'm teasing out, I like that fair shot, I like that. We're doing a housing agenda that will be coming out as well soon. So I'm just teasing that. Do not report it out, okay?
I'll keep that to myself.
It's a teaser.
So another bipartisan bill that has broad support, Senator Young, is your Affordable Housing Credit Improvement Act. This would increase the low-income...
You can clap. That's okay.
Your bill would strengthen the low-income housing tax credit, which, as everyone here knows, is sort of the most effective tool Washington has to goose the production of affordable housing. And I'm wondering, so what parts of your bill, if you could kind of walk us through what parts of your bill made it into the House package, and then the prognosis in the Senate as reconciliation unfolds?
Yeah, well, thank you. So, as a refresher, and I don't know that this audience really needs one, but some of you, it may be helpful. So when we did the 2017 tax reform, we lowered the rates, and when you lower the rates, each of your credits is worth less, and we didn't account for that. So at a time when so many Americans are housing constrained, we thought it was, myself and Senator Cantwell thought it was very important that we plus up the generosity of those credits so that we would be building more houses in that affordable range as opposed to fewer. So among the things, and I've got them in my pocket here because this is a moving target that we're able to get into this legislation, is we were able to plus up the value of the credits. Our language is roughly similar. We also decreased or increase the allowance that you can use through bond financing for affordable housing using the LIHTC, and we gave the per state allocation. We increased the percentage of per state allocations of these LIHTC credits as well. So they're cosmetic, at least on the margin substantive, especially if you're impacted differences between the House and the Senate versions. There's, at least so far, not inclusion for tribal areas, and so those dialogues are ongoing. And then we also, in my view, could require some stronger language on rural communities and their allocations in the Senate package. But this is an evolving work product, and we're not done yet. And with your continued advocacy, we can make those LIHTC provisions even more generous.
Thank you. Senator Blunt Rochester, you have spoken a lot about rising property insurance costs, which are hitting everyone, not just coastal areas, but pretty much across the country. And I'm wondering, what bipartisan policy proposals do you think have some legs for relief on that front?
That's a tough question for a freshman, so Todd, be ready to help out on this one, especially a freshman in the Senate. I've spoken about it because we know it is something that is leading to a crisis level. And I've spoken about it as well in our committee on banking, housing, and urban affairs. And the positive news is that on both sides of the aisle, there is a recognition that this is a problem. But I also think that when you look at things like flood insurance, we've been talking about this for many years. I was trying to find out how many times have we extended that without having a real conversation about how do we reform, right? I think about the fact that as coming from a state that's coastal, we know we're the lowest mean elevation state in the country. So we're very much concerned about people not being able to afford their insurance and being priced out of homes, period. That's just going to contribute to the housing crisis that we have. And so the things that maybe give me some hope is, again, the work of this organization. There's a whole section about focusing on data and transparency. I think that's important. I think looking at incentives to make sure that people aren't building in places where they shouldn't be building right now, but also mitigating the risks, the effects of climate. So something like the SURE Act, which we passed and which I led on in the House, really looks at those things that we can do to deal with some of the impacts of climate that are impacting these insurance costs going sky high. And so I think those are the things we need to be focused on together. But I'm going to turn it over to the more senior senator, to see if there's any actual things right.
Well, I mean, just an observation. I'm not on that committee of jurisdiction, but with that said, you know, I'm a bit sympathetic as I think about maybe a generation or two ago, the legislators, they had somewhat limited information. As did the members, the leaders of housing finance entities at the federal level, limited information about what sort of risks might occur. To use flooding as a great example, what are the risks of a flood occurring in a particular geography? To what extent will that impact a local community? How should that factor mathematically into financing costs and all the rest? We now have the ability with a very high level of precision to predict these things, to measure the costs, and then we can have an informed conversation about how to socialize any of the costs that we might decide, informed by our values, to socialize. So we've limited the subjectivity of this policy issue, which I think lends itself a lot more to people like Lisa and I coming to terms rather than subjectivity and political philosophy and politics filling the void. So this is where organizations like BPC and the Terwilliger Center and our other stakeholders can weigh in, and we can revisit some of these important things. So, and frankly, we need to. We need to. This needs to be an oversight role of Congress. We need to force change to be effected. And this may end up, ideally, this would help us manage more risk at the homeowner level and incentivize more people into homes if we can get this right.
Back to the data, too, starting
Completely.
with the data.
That's definitely interesting. I wanted to ask you, also about your bill, the Neighborhood Homes Investment Act. As we know, community development and revitalization are important issues everywhere, and that seems like something, especially in rural areas and small towns, that your bill would sort of help. And what are kind of the biggest barriers to preserving and producing, or revitalizing, I should say, affordable homes in those communities?
Well, there's a value gap between, let me tell you, just lay the groundwork here in 30 seconds about how I came to this issue. I love old homes. I think they're charming. I think it's important in our country, which values the market, and we harness market forces to preserve certain things, our sense of place and communities and even beauty. And it's my hope when I go through some of our communities, go through Gary, Indiana, or East Chicago, Indiana, as an example. There are a lot of homes that have fallen into great disrepair, but you can tell 30, 40, 50 years ago, they were magnificent structures. And so how can you create a market incentive to acquire these homes, to fix these homes up, and then allow whomever might have improved these homes to flip them on the market, or incentivize some of the owner-occupants of these homes so that you're not squeezing existing residents out of a community to, over a period of time, get the capital to fix up their own homes and then improve the value of them. And oh, by the way, everyone benefits in the end because you increase the assessed value of these communities, and that helps with local services. So the answer seems to be in fixing that value gap between the cost of acquisition plus repair and modernization with the cost of sale. The numbers have never really worked. So we create a tax credit to fill that gap. And we do so in designated areas around the country. They would be designated in a way familiar to those who have navigated the Opportunity Zone program, so designated at a state level. And so that's how I came to this issue. That's how it would work. And this, too, has been broadly popular as I travel the state. It's broadly bipartisan. And though it's not part of this current reconciliation package, I regard this as maybe, along with some of Lisa's efforts, the next wave of our housing affordability efforts.
Another sort of personal question. You've both had the distinction of serving in both the House and the Senate. So first, I want you to tell us which one is better, and then why you made the leap and kind of how it's changed your approach to legislating, if it has.
I mean, you know what LBJ said about the different chambers, right? LBJ said that if the House is chicken shh, and the Senate is chicken salad, all right? So, no offense intended, but that was LBJ. Just saying. Listen, I think it's really challenging, especially in today's day and age, to be a really good member of the U.S. House. It's especially challenging because every 2 years they're up for re-election, meaning if you try and do something that's politically courageous, which I believe is required from time to time in these offices, otherwise you can't do them well, but it makes it all the harder to finesse making hard decisions during a time like this. It is important, however, just for the sake of relationships, I think, to have served in the other chamber, because if you haven't served in Congress before, you'll discover in short order, it's one thing to get a bill through the entire Senate process, and that feels great until you realize it also has to find its way through the House. So for those of us who sort of get this whole process and members of our staff, you really need to be working parallel tracks, both chambers at the same time, developing those relationships in a meaningful way so that you can actually deliver bills to the president's desk. And so that's my answer, but after quoting LBJ, I do want to contextualize that comment, which how hard it is to be in the House, and I feel for a lot of these members.
Wow, I still have the chicken thing in my head. And maybe
LBJ does that to you.
But then again, I come from Delaware, so there are 241 chickens to every person. So chicken is like big for us. But I think the House, the Senate, first of all, I think we would agree. I loved my colleagues in the House. The House it can be hard. It can be fun. It's a lot of energy. But also, I do think that focus on constantly running, as soon as you get elected, you're running again. And I think that does make it hard sometimes to really get deep. That's the part I like about the Senate. I feel like in a shorter amount of time, I've been able to build great relationships because it's a smaller place as well, so it's less people. It's easier to get to know people. I also feel like in the Senate, because it is smaller and because of even the rules, you are not only encouraged, but if you want to succeed, you have to act and work in a bipartisan way. So I think it's set up that way. But I also recognize the times that we are in are challenging. Even as I'm a newer member, I watch members who have been there for a while struggle with the environment that we're in and the relationships they already have had with people. And so it is a challenging time, which is why this work is so important, to find the things that we can work together on and to keep in mind why we do this. We didn't do it to get elected. We did it for that kid that's unhoused. We did it for that couple that just got married and is trying to figure out how to get their first home or build generational wealth, or that senior who wants to live in a safe place. So when we go back to the why, we're going to be all right in the names of, Kendrick Lamar. We're going to be all right. That was Kendrick Lamar, wasn't it? I think that was Kendrick Lamar. We're going to be all right. But we got to do it together. We got to stick together.
LBJ,
you didn't expect that, did you? LBJ to Kendrick Lamar. Okay.
It's a good transition. So we have a 2-0 sweep for the Senate, it seems like, but no surprises there given where you both work. So actually, we're running out of time, and this is sort of all the time we have this afternoon. But please join me in thanking Senators Lisa Blunt Rochester and Todd Young
Thank you.
for taking the time.
Thank you.
Prater, Chairman of Vessel Technologies and a board member of the Bipartisan Policy Center. Before we conclude our time with the senators, I'm honored to recognize them as recipients of this year's Terwilliger Bipartisanship in Housing Award. As we've seen in today's discussion, Senators Lisa Blunt, Housing Rochester, and Todd Young lead efforts to work across the aisle and advance solutions to our nation's housing challenges. We've just heard from the senators about their housing priorities, but I want to take a moment to thank them for spearheading key bipartisan bills. Thank you, Senator Blunt, Housing Rochester, for your leadership on the Housing Supply Frameworks Act, which would support state and local governments to develop pro-housing zoning and land use policies. And thank you, Senator Young, for your commitment to boosting housing supply through your work on the Neighborhood Homes Investment Act and the Affordable Housing Credit Improvement Act. Senator Young is the first two-time winner of the Terwilliger Bipartisanship in Housing Award. At this rate, and if I may say in these times, we might have to create a Hall of Fame just for him. Both senators have shown a strong commitment to reaching across the aisle to address the housing affordability crisis. Please join me in congratulating Senator Blunt Rochester and Senator Young.
Please welcome to the stage Abba Badarai, economics correspondent at the Washington Post.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Abba Badarai, the economics correspondent at the Washington Post. As we all know, there is far more demand for affordable housing than there is supply. This is an ongoing problem, and there's an urgent need to find ways to finance affordable housing, whether that's through developments or preserving existing options. I am so pleased to moderate this panel this afternoon. We will be talking about not only financing such projects, but also how we can improve policies and programs to address the housing affordability crisis. With me here today are three leaders in affordable housing. Ismael Guerrero is the president and CEO of Mercy Housing. Mercy Housing is one of the nation's largest nonprofit affordable housing organizations. It owns and manages thousands of units across 20 states and has its own financial institution with a loan portfolio of more than $100 million. Next, we have Thomas Bryan, Executive Director and CEO of the Colorado Housing and Finance Authority. He has helped more than 150,000 people across the state become homeowners in that position. And third, we have Barry Krinsky, National Production Manager at City Community Capital. He leads a team that finances multifamily affordable housing using low-income housing tax credits and a mix of tax-exempt and taxable loans. We will take a few audience questions towards the end of this discussion. If you are joining us in person, you can submit a question using the QR code in your program. And if you are watching online, you'll find the submission link on the YouTube chat. Thank you all for being here today, and let's get started. Barry, I'd like to start with you. City Community Capital helps finance multifamily affordable housing in a number of ways. You use low-income housing tax credits, tax-exempt bonds, and use your relationships with Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. What are some of the challenges you've been facing lately in this current climate?
Yeah, thank you for the question. We are living in interesting times for sure, and some of the challenges I think start from what can work and what doesn't work. And the deals that we're working on, I would tell you, all of them are tight. And what does tight mean? It means that there's not enough sources of funding to pay for the uses. And so how do you make that work? And to just give a little bit of an overview, if you were building a market rate property, and frankly building any kind of property, you really need two things. You need equity dollars and you need debt. And the combination of the two comes together and you build the property with it. And in a conventional deal, an investor needs to make a return on that equity dollar, and you got to be able to pay your mortgage. In an affordable deal, your rents are lower than in the conventional deal. And in order to support a loan, and you really can't support the equity that you can't support a market rate equity return. And so what the low-income housing tax credit program does is it allows institutional investors to get a tax credit at a reasonable return, but not a market rate return. And that is the return they're getting. They're not assuming a return from the cash flow on the property. we at Citi are very focused on financing those tax-exempt finance properties that come with those 4% as of right tax credits. And what we like to do is provide kind of the full life cycle of the lending. We provide construction financing to get it built, and then we provide long-term financing so that the property has financing for the next 15 years after the construction period. And that's important because the investors who buy the tax credits are taking that tax credit over 10 years, and they want to have a locked rate of interest. So some of the things that we can do to help make deals work in an interest rate environment that is a bit volatile, rates are changing daily, up, down. We try to work with our sponsors to give them the ability to lock into rates at a time when it makes sense for the deal. That can really help a deal get more loan proceeds that they need. It can take volatility off the table. That's one way that we work together with our developer clients to manage some of the risk.
Fantastic. Ismail, as Barry mentioned, financing is a challenge. It can be complex and difficult. What are the biggest difficulties you're seeing in the communities that Mercy Housing serves?
Sure, thank you. Hello, everybody. It's good to be with you this afternoon. Great to see so much interest and the people in the room, a lot of friends and friendly faces too, so look forward to hearing your ideas as well. I would say from Mercy's perspective, as we work across the country, so not state-specific, but really, you know, what we see in multiple states in many ways. Sort of the challenges, particularly for underwriting purposes, I see fall into sort of three categories. There's a cost challenge, the complexity, and the entitlement process, right? And all those really impact our ability to deliver more units quicker and cheaper. The cost, you know, we've seen the last several years with inflation, with supply chain issues. Now we're, you know, looking at tariff impacts. It's really increasing the cost to build in many ways. Labor, materials, and delivery times all really impact our times. And then we have now, since the last several years as well, the challenge of the cost of operating and managing the properties, right? We've seen interest rates rise, we've seen inflation, we've seen the cost of insurance, and labor costs, security, and so forth. So all of those, the more expensive it is to operate the property, obviously, the less cash flow there is to support debt, which means the bigger the gap that we need to fill through other creative means. So that's the cost side. The complexity is, you know, and this will be a recurring theme, we have to apply for the tax credits, and if we get those, that's great. Usually we celebrate, but that's only about 60% of the total development cost. So then we have to go out and chase the home dollars, the CDBG money. You have to chase the Federal Home Loan Bank. Hopefully your state has a state housing trust fund. Your city has a mill levy that supports affordable housing. So you start layering all those financing sources, and not only are they all competitive, but none of them are on the same schedule, right? So it can take you years to line up all those commitments that you need so that your construction lender feels confident in closing and starting construction. And then you have the entitlements process, which we all know, right? Not only land assembly and zoning, which can take a long time, but then you run into the NIMBYs in the area that may oppose your project, and the numerous voluminous community meetings you host in order to explain and to convince neighbors and other partners that it's important. You know, it's in their self-interest and their best interest to add affordable housing to the neighborhood, to your city, to the community. So all those things, you know, when you start stacking all that up together, it makes it really challenging to underwrite. It's why it takes 3 to 5 years sometimes to get a deal from concept to construction start.
Wow, has that 3 to 5 time period gotten bigger lately?
It has gotten longer, for sure, yep.
Thomas, what are you seeing in Colorado? Where are the biggest gaps in financing that you're seeing there across the state?
Yeah, thank you. I always have to start off with a question, so I have a question for the audience. What happens when a banker, a developer, and an affordable housing finance professional walk into a bar? I don't know. We're going to find out because right after this, we're going to grab drinks. If you want to come with us, feel free.
The banker buys the drinks.
That's right.
Is that the banker's paying?
I'm gonna start off by speaking to some of the issues we're facing on the home ownership side. We've heard a lot about multifamily development, but it's no news that Colorado is a great place to live. People want to live there. You want to come and enjoy our 300 days of sun every year. A lot of people have moved to the state of Colorado. With that brings challenges. In this case, we've severely underbuilt to house those individuals that have come to the state of Colorado to the tune of about 100,000 units short in our state. So naturally what happens, that pushes the prices of homes up. And so with the prices of homes going up, purchase price goes up, property taxes go up. We also have the 4th highest insurance premium hike in the nation. So being a homeowner in Colorado, I just got my insurance premium renewal. Anyone from Allstate here? Yeah, 48% increase in my premium. And I got off easy. There's a lot of people, it's been a lot higher. You pair that with higher interest rates. If I were to buy a home, if I compare buying a home 3 years ago versus today, it's going to cost, my costs have gone up 71%. So principal, interest, taxes, and insurance. If you're buying a house today versus 3 years ago, it's going to cost you 71% more. Meanwhile, incomes have only gone up about 15% statewide in that time frame. So it's hard to buy a home in the state of Colorado. On the multifamily side, very similar thing. Development costs are skyrocketing. Pair that with program overlays. So to your point, there are gaps in financing. Developers go to their local community to say, hey, can you come in and fill those gaps? Community's like, yes, but we want X, Y, and Z. So that adds cost. And then just lack of skilled labor. We've seen the trades, finding skilled labor in the trades is very hard to do, so that's increasing costs. I'm not a defeatist, so yeah, those are the problems, but I like solutions, so I want to talk just real quickly on like what are some of the tools we're using to fix some of that. So we issue taxable and tax-exempt debt. We blend those together. We pair in fixed rate with some variable rate debt. We know there's some variable rate risk exposure there, so as a finance agency, what we're doing is we're entering to derivative instruments in the form of interest rate swaps to make sure that we're hedged appropriately. But what all that does is help bring that cost of capital down a little bit. That lower cost of capital then allows us to lower our interest rates to ultimately the borrower, so who we end up lending to, which is important. So that's one side of the interest rate. If you talk with some of our partners in the state, I'm thinking Habitat for Humanity, Metro Denver, and Elevations Community Land Trust, partners who are trying to build for-sale affordable homes available at a price point that's, let's say, $400,000 or less. $400,000 or less, nobody's building in that range in Colorado, so the fact that they're trying to build in that range, we've partnered with them and have gone to our state. I'm saying we partner with the state. I don't know that our state treasurer is really excited about this. But what we did is we got the state legislature to pass legislation that allows the state treasurer to invest in high-rated, AAA-rated housing bonds at a below-market rate. When I say below-market rate, we're targeting 3% right now. So now I have the ability to go out and issue 3% taxable bonds that are AAA-rated that our state treasurer is going to purchase, and then I can take those bond proceeds and use them, one, to incentivize construction in the state, so single-family construction at an affordable price point. We then turn right around and use that capital to lend to the first-time home buyer that's going to be in that home. So in this case, 3% mortgage, 3% construction funding. So that's one of the ways we're trying to leverage state resources in a time where state resources are strapped. We have a budget deficit. What we're asking the state to do is say, okay, forego about $1 million in interest revenue, and that will allow us to leverage $50 million in investment in the state. So they took us up on that challenge, and we're getting ready to roll that out. Yeah.
Wow. So we've all touched on this a little bit, but I'd like to open up the next question to the whole group. We are in this post-pandemic landscape where we're facing elevated construction costs, interest rates are higher, there's so much uncertainty across the economy. How are you dealing with that? How have you had to adapt to that? Just walk us through the last few years.
Sure. I'll start on that one. I would say what we're experiencing at Mercy Housing is what many of our peers, many of you maybe are experiencing as well, which is it's been a really detrimental, disruptive impact to the portfolio, properties and portfolios overall. And it's shown up in a couple of ways. In terms of rents, right? The challenge of rents being flat or decreasing, and then rent collections have been a challenge. So your revenues, is flat, if not declining. At the same time, in the same moment, when expenses started spiking because of the inflationary pressures that we saw over the last several years. So that's what we're trying to sort of recover from, is those strains and that stress on the portfolio. And unfortunately, the lower the income households that you were trying to serve, and for Mercy Housing, we're one of the largest nonprofit owners and operators of permanent supportive housing. We're serving some of the most vulnerable, most challenging folks who have a lot of barriers already and need the support. So a couple of things that we've been focused on the last several years include, a real emphasis with our site teams and our management teams on just the back to basics, right? We had to really get back to property management basics, getting work orders done, getting back in the units to make sure that we were taking care of deferred maintenance and preventative maintenance work. We had to make sure that our properties were fully staffed. One of the biggest challenges that's still a trailer is the high turnover and vacant positions as people were finding alternate places to go, and our pay needed to keep up with what was happening in the labor market overall. And then, a real focus again on making sure we're tracking vacancies, that we're tracking days to turn, we're tracking rent collections. Sadly, we had to get back to evictions. It's just a necessary part of the business, and it really disrupted the typical tenant-landlord relationship. So some of those are back to basic efforts. For us, as we looked at the portfolio, we also started to make sure we were differentiating between family properties, senior properties, permanent supportive housing properties, because we have a pretty diverse portfolio. And we saw less strain in the senior housing, more strain in unsubsidized tax credit properties that serve families. Clearly, families were under more stress with job losses, with health issues, and so forth. So we had to be responsive that way. And then we also had a real focus for us on economic occupancy, just basic numbers, right? Basic industry benchmarks. But you'd be surprised, because of all the other disruptions that were happening, how the site team can sort of lose focus of some of those basics. And what we saw is, across the country, those strains at the property level and at the portfolio level that started really impacting the organizations as we had to feed properties and kind of bridge that disruptive time with our own cash flows, our own subsidizing properties at a higher level than we were used to, right? And a way that wasn't sustainable. So I think we're getting back to all that, back to healthy portfolios, strong property operations, and then finally reinvesting in our people and making sure that the site staff feels appreciated, feels valued, or trained and skilled, and that we're lowering that turnover and vacancy numbers so that we have the right people in the right place to do their job.
Can I add to that?
Absolutely.
Yes, and because all that is really good. What we found post-pandemic in Colorado was people were like, well, I don't have to go into the office. That means I don't have to live in the city. I'm going to go live in some other part of the state. And so we've seen a sprawl to some of our urban areas, which is great. I want to do that too when I grow up. Problem is a lot of those rural communities, they don't have the bandwidth or the infrastructure right now to support that demand on their housing. And so we're finding there's a lot of interest in these small rural communities to develop housing in their communities, but they're not housing developers. So as a housing finance agency, we've strategically placed employees throughout the state. We call them our community relationship managers. These individuals live in community and they represent us in that community, but more importantly, they partner with community leaders to help identify and address some of their affordable housing challenges. In this case, what came from that most recently is our small scale housing innovation program, or technical assistance, where these smaller communities, they want to build housing, they just don't know how to do it. Pro bono will cover the cost for them to get with a housing development professional, teach them that process within their own community, and then at the end, potentially provide them with some pre-development grants And ultimately, if it's not a development that would qualify for tax credits, we're talking 25 units or less, we would come in as a finance agency and be an equity investor or the long-term debt on that. So really trying to incentivize development in rural communities, support that growth that's happening. I'm just trying to do it in a different way.
Barry, would you like to add to that?
Maybe I'll take it in a little bit of a different direction, but I just want to say, I mean, the positive message is we're doing a lot. We want to do more. We were able to do $7 billion of financing last year, and we've been the #1 affordable housing lender for the last 15 years. And that produced about 36,000 units just in our shop alone, which is great. The public-private partnership is just so important, right? I mean, it's the private investors buying the tax credits, the private finance institutions doing the financing, the construction, the permit, but working with the issuers to use those tax-exempt resources. And that gap financing, which I think depending on where you live, your state, your city, your county, being intentional about raising those resources which are needed to fill the gaps. I'm from Florida. Florida's got a housing trust fund. There have been local governments that have done their own trust funds because they see the need and they know it's not going to all be able to be done on the private side. So they bring those gap fillers to the table. There also have been some private gap fillers that are coming to the table now. There are companies that will buy the land and then lease it back, and that brings down the cost of development. There's been private markets on the tax-exempt side where companies, investors have been willing to get a little bit of a higher interest rate but take a subordinated position in the debt, and that's been able to fill gaps. So you cobble together some good private resources, public resources, and we've got a good affordable housing program that we want to continue to grow and make better.
Can I add one more resource?
Yeah.
So if there are any other states here and want to follow suit, what happened in Colorado was we don't have a housing trust fund, so to speak, but what we have is something called TABOR, the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. And what it does is it limits government growth and spending. So revenues within the state can only increase by a certain amount every year. And so therefore expenditures, because we have to have a balanced budget, can only increase so much. To the extent those tax revenues are in excess of that formulaic calculation, they have to be refunded to the citizens of the state of Colorado, which is great. You file your income tax return in Colorado, you get a credit back. Recently, constituents in the state of Colorado approved Proposition 123, which allows the state to keep some of that excess revenue to fund affordable housing. So it equates to about $300 million a year that we can now take and use as gap filler. We can use it for land banking, concessionary debt, or even equity investments in projects where those gaps are being done. And so, again, that's another way for a state to kind of come in and provide some additional funding outside of just providing tax exemption or what have you.
I want to turn next to the topic of preserving the affordable housing that we already have. What are you guys seeing out there in terms of particularly effective approaches? What's working? And this is for any of you.
I can start.
All right.
All right. So yeah, in Colorado, we need to preserve the affordable housing that we have, given that we're short 100,000 units. What we don't want to do is lose any of the units that are in play right now. So locally, we created what we call our Housing Preservation Network. It's a group of organizations, Enterprise being a member of that locally. And essentially, it's this housing preservation network that gets together and we share information. Really, it's a way of communicating. We've created this housing preservation dashboard, which essentially is a Tableau data visualization tool to show where are all the units that are at risk of losing their affordability. They're at the end of their restricted use period. We want to preserve those, and so we coordinate around which developments are prime and ready to be preserved, and then we allocate resources around that. So we've created an affordable housing preservation fund within the state, albeit small. So if there's any investors in the room who want to invest in that fund, come talk to me. But essentially, it's meant to be a quick strike fund to allow a developer to maybe acquire a property, keep it affordable until they can, maybe have it go through re-syndication and get recapitalized with tax credits again. So we're looking at it from that perspective, taking a coordinated approach of identifying those properties and then working to preserve them. We do use sometimes the low-income housing tax credit to preserve those. We're trying to be as efficient with the tax credit as possible. So for those preservation deals, we really are waiting for that particular project to be at the end of its useful life as far as affordability restrictions go, and then we'll prioritize that deal going forward.
Yeah, I'll say that this is an area, interesting, that I think we're actually failing, and I think there are more challenges than there are bright spots when it comes to preservation of existing affordable housing. And despite some great state-level efforts, which are happening, around the country, I think we're still lacking really a national, and this is work that's happening state by state, right? So we're not lacking a national policy level. We're lacking this as a policy priority at a state level. And you see it reflected in most of the QAPs that allocate the tax credits, where they are, for political reasons, often prioritizing production, right, new units over preserving existing units. And we just see it across the board, state by state, and it's really played out because of how the 4% credits, right, have become competitive, and so now states have to prioritize how they're allocating even the 4% credits as they have the 9s. So it's a real challenge from that perspective, and this is an area where I share from my experience, having previously run the Denver Housing Authority. We saw what happened to the public housing portfolio when we stopped investing in it as a country in a significant way. And unfortunately, I see that the tax credit portfolio, which is huge, right? It is our affordable housing portfolio, is kind of going down that same track where the portfolio is getting older, and we're not finding the best ways to invest in it overall. I would agree with some of the earlier, suggestions, right? That maybe we exempt preservation from the bond cap so that those 4% credits can flow more easily to those. Maybe we continue to build state by state or at a national level some preference for nonprofit ownership, being part of the ownership of these units, because that we tend to ensure longer term holds, longer term affordability, and more stability in that portfolio overall. And then underpinning it all is the need for voucher subsidies, because many of these properties, because they are older, they haven't been kept up as well. It's harder to get rent increases and stay competitive that way. And so the rent subsidies from additional vouchers would help with cash flow to help finance the recapitalization. So I think there's some solutions out there for it, but it definitely has to become a higher policy priority across the states.
Barry, I was wondering if we could talk specifics here. At City Community Capital, you guys recently provided loans to purchase and rehab a 240 apartment project in Akron, Ohio. Can you tell us about that and sort of how the housing assistance payment came into that?
Yeah, just kind of echoing the whole notion of the housing assistance payments, or that you're able to get a rent which is at fair market, which in some cases is higher than what that low-income housing tax credit rent would be, and that additional dollar amount helps you have a higher cash flow, which can support additional debt. And with that, you can help raise the dollars that you need, combined with tax credits, to do that rehabilitation and actually make it economically viable.
Perfect. Thomas, moving to you. Colorado recently introduced a pilot program that offers a middle-income housing tax credit for rentals for the missing middle.
Yeah.
Tell us who these people are and what that program looks like.
Yeah, happy to do that. The Colorado legislature recently passed the middle-income housing tax credit, the MITEC. I don't think that's trademarked, but maybe I'll trademark that. So not LITEC, but MITEC. And really what it is to incentivize development within that 80 to 120% area median income range. Mm-hmm. It can go as high as 140% AMI if you're in rural resort communities, I think like the Aspens, Vales, Breckenridges. But it's so it's a 5-year pilot program. It's a 5-year credit that can be taken. The legislature initially allocated $40 million in credits to be awarded between now and 2029. So that roughly equates to, depending on the tax credit equity pricing, anywhere between $150 to $200 million in equity that can then go to these multifamily developments. Again, we're trying to target those higher incomes. So this would be a 100% affordable between 80 and 120% AMI. So I know there are deals getting done. I think Montgomery County in Maryland doing one right now where they were able to do a middle income deal, what I would call a middle income deal without tax credits, because they were prioritizing some lower AMIs and mixing it with market rate. In this case, none of these are market rate. These are all going to be below market rate. As far as the first year goes, so this is the first year where we're accepting applications for the program. We received 12 letters of intent from developers, which then led to 5 of those developers submitting full applications. Because it's a small program, 5 years, our first year we only have about $5 million in credit, so about $25 million in equity that we have to award. We're only going to be able to award probably 3 deals. But in this case, we're really trying to show that it will work, so we can go back to our legislature here in a couple weeks, yeah, that'd be nice, a couple years, to get them to reauthorize and expand that housing tax credit.
Yeah, and then the state credits, just to emphasize that, having a state credit program is a great way to help, particularly some of the preservation transactions that when you may not need to have the federal LIHTC, but you can get state credits. We're working on something in New York right now where that's really making it work.
Perfect. I'd like to open it up to audience questions now. If you haven't submitted a question yet, you can do so using the QR code in your program if you're here, or using the link in the YouTube chat if you're watching online. All right, we've got an anonymous question here. Great discussion of the sources needed to finance affordable housing. What about the uses? Are there financing strategies to incentivize lower development costs, for example, through innovative construction methods?
I can take that one if you want. Thanks, Anonymous, for that question. That's a great question. You should put your name on that one.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys saw a recent Washington Post article about the cost of construction, but it's real out there. So within Colorado, we have a cost dashboard that's on our website. It can show exactly what it's going to cost to develop an affordable tax credit property, and then we compare that to market rate. I heard earlier here today that Colorado is one of the few states that has parity between a tax credit property and a market rate development. So costs we're really trying to keep down by just putting it out there. When people can see what it actually costs, for whatever reason, they find better ways to value engineer and bring that cost down. And so we've seen that. We're also incentivizing the use of modular off-site construction and bringing that on. So the state has made heavy investment in bringing modular manufacturers to the state of Colorado. So think off-site, panelized, 3D print, any of those, mass timber, really trying to incentivize any of those lower cost forms of construction. And then the other piece to that is education. So what we're finding is by having those different technologies come in to bring the cost of construction down, we also need to train our workforce a little bit different. And so we've set up scholarship funds within the major universities in the state to say, if you can teach a new workforce on housing construction, how to stitch these off-site build units together, that will greatly help increase the number of qualified professionals who actually build these things. So that's one thing we're doing in Colorado.
I would just add to that, that this notion of incentivizing through public-private partnerships, meaning the public partners, the cities or state, to help incentivize and create pilot demonstration projects. City of Los Angeles did that we participated in with some other developers to bring modular housing and use modular housing specifically as a way to continue to prove up that concept, that business model, that's a lower cost way to deliver housing cheaper and quicker. Was an example, and I know in Denver, Mayor Johnson is doing a design competition, soliciting ideas and concepts from design build teams on how can we deliver affordable housing at a lower cost. So I think it's an area that's ripe for public partners to help incentivize and create the conditions for that to be for people to take risks, incentivized there.
We have another anonymous question. What can you tell us about limited equity co-ops and community land trusts as mechanisms for innovative affordability? How do we gain momentum?
I can take this one. It says anonymous, but I think I know who asked this question. Sent to him next to him earlier today. But this is something of interest in Colorado. We've seen more equity co-ops come up, and we have I want to say quite a few. We have several really strong community land trust organizations within the state, and we found ways to partner with them. So again, some of that funding that we're going to be receiving from the state, that's investing in our bonds, that we're going to then use those proceeds to build homes at a more affordable price point. The idea is that, if you could have a land trust come in and maintain those units affordable for many years, as opposed to just doing it one time and then that unit or that home is no longer affordable, we're looking for ways to partner with them. So again, we're targeting a lower price point, we're targeting a certain income level, and then we're working with the land trusts or the co-ops in the state to maintain that property affordable for in perpetuity.
I think I would add to that, not exactly the land trust model, but what we do often come across and utilize as a way to lower development costs are long-term ground leases. And we do that with partners like hospitals or universities that want to see affordable housing developed in their community and are willing to give you a long-term ground lease rather than sell the land underneath to you as the developer and long-term owner. And so I think long-term ground leases as a way to invite an anchor network partner, an anchor institution, an anchor partner like a hospital or a school district, a university, or the city even, is another good mechanism in a similar way to a land trust that helps lower the costs by taking the cost of the land out of the equation in terms of the total development cost.
All right, and a third question from Anonymous. How do you think about the balance between streamlining financing in increasingly complex capital stacks and funders' desire to set priorities for allocating their limited funds?
Well, I have all this gray hair because of the complexity of these capital stacks. So to the extent that we can make things simpler, I'm always a big proponent of that. I think some of the things that you said earlier, the alignment of different capital sources and when it's available, if you could get on cycles that are similar so that all those sources can come to the table at the same time, that's certainly helpful. Figuring out who's got priority is always a big discussion in a legal exercise. I think it's just more communication amongst the various parties and trying to get to some more systematic ways of doing things together.
I would just add, right, if cost and complexity are what's driving costs up and making it harder to deliver affordable housing, then stability and simplicity is how you get more housing done cheaper. And I do think that includes the stability, the predictability of these other funding sources, besides the tax credit, the predictability of the CDBG home, voucher funding, all that has to be there. Otherwise, you kind of create disruptions in what would normally be a predictable financing strategy. But also to the question specifically, the simplicity or simplifying compliance as an owner, manager. If a resident wants to move into a unit and they have to qualify and do eligibility determinations for 2, 3, 4, or 5 different programs, that really adds cost, complexity, and barriers to entry for the folks we're trying to move in, whether it's move them in from off the street or somebody who's been paying more than 50% of their income for housing, and we have an affordable unit that we want to move that family into. So I would sort of push back a little on the question, and I think that rather than adding more complexity to the transaction, simplifying it by reducing the compliance barriers would be really a win for the whole industry and for all of us trying to work in this space.
I'll just add, in Colorado, we have multiple organizations that fund affordable housing. You have my entity, the State Housing Finance Agency. You have the State Division of Housing. You have the State Office of Economic Development and International Trade that also administers some state funding. You have a middle-income housing authority in the state. We're all trying to address affordable housing issues, but what we've never done really good in the past is coordinate together. And so that's one thing that we're doing now, is we're working to coordinate better. What is our North Star? What are we trying to achieve together? And then communicating that to the development community so they know exactly what it is we want to see, and then working to remove some of those barriers as it relates at the local level of permitting and whatnot. And I think our governor's stance on that has been, if you want some of the state funding, you need to fall in line, and we'll make those resources available to you. But as a state, we also have to be more coordinated in what priorities we're setting for the affordable housing development community.
And we have one last question from Lisa Rice. She asks, you touched on the challenges related to higher insurance costs. Can you dig deeper and share more information about how your organizations are working to address this issue? Are you collaborating with your state insurance departments? Are you working to ensure the housing you build or fund is resilient?
So I'll talk about it from, as a developer, owner, manager, I would say. Right, there's two levels to this challenge. One is the operational level. So as a property owner, what can we do to lower insurance costs, premiums, claims, and so forth. But then there are the market issues, the macro level issues, which we can't address individually and really do have to do through coalitions and collaborations. So from a design perspective, there's a lot of things we have learned to do and are doing more of to make our properties more resilient. Whether we're building in California, where there's a high fire danger, or now, in the Southeast, Atlanta, Savannah, where freeze warnings and, frost events are becoming a real challenge to pipes, that are not insulated, and other things like that. So we're learning from our claims history. We're learning from the climate change impacts to property ownership and operations about things we can do on site, things we can do in the design that really pay off by lowering the cost of insurance. The bigger issues, the macro issues, are a little bit landed on one. And I think it's going to be a bigger challenge if we're not addressing, the climate change and climate risks that we're really seeing, if we're not addressing that in a real transparent and straightforward way.
That is unfortunately all the time we have. Please join me in thanking this incredible panel. We will now have a short break, and programming will resume in 10 minutes.
Chair of the J. Ronald Terwilliger Center for Housing Policy at the Bipartisan Policy Center. Please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Please welcome to the stage Dennis Shea, Executive Vice President and Chair of the J. Ronald Terwilliger Center for Housing Policy at the Bipartisan Policy Center.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, we're coming to the close. As everyone knows, was just introduced. I'm Dennis Shea, Executive Vice President at the Bipartisan Policy Center, and I am privileged to lead BPC's Terwilliger Center for Housing Policy. We all know that the U.S. has not built housing, enough homes to meet demand, driving up costs and limiting options for renters and homeowners alike. At BPC, we're focused not just on the problems, but also the solutions. To explore what it will take to increase housing supply and expand access to home ownership, it is my distinct honor to welcome our keynote speaker, the Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, Scott Turner. Prior to his confirmation, Secretary Turner was a developer and builder of attainable multifamily housing. In the first Trump administration, he served as executive director of the White House Opportunity and Revitalization Council. During his tenure, Secretary Turner led the Interagency Opportunity Zones Initiative, working with state, local, tribal, and territorial governments across the country to revitalize economically distressed areas, promote affordable housing, and create businesses. Previously, he also represented the 33rd District in the Texas State Legislature, so Secretary Turner is a Texan. Prior to his career in public service, Secretary Turner played 9 seasons in the NFL, 9 productive seasons in the NFL, including here in Washington. Today, Secretary Turner will share how HUD is working to meet the moment and what more can be done to unlock the American dream of home ownership. And then after his remarks, he and I will dive into a conversation on practical solutions to the affordable housing crisis. So please join me in giving a big welcome to Secretary Turner. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Well, hello. Come on, y'all. I know it's been a long day, but we can do better. Hello. Excellent. How's everybody doing? Y'all doing well? Would you rather be anywhere else but here? Well, I'm happy to be here. And Dennis, thank you, sir, for that kind introduction. And yes, I did play for my beloved Washington Redskins. Y'all don't be afraid to say it. You know, they're coming back. They're building the stadium. Did y'all hear that? Where RFK is. I played in RFK, and I played in the new stadium. Ask me which one I like best. Has 3 letters. Maybe we can get the name back, but we'll see. But anyway, I'm so happy to be here with you all. Thank you for being so receptive, and thank you. I know it's been a long day for you. I promise this will be productive. And just know that my team and I, we want to be here. We care about the people that we serve. We care about the mission, and we care about our country. And so I'm happy to be here in your presence, this distinguished group of men and women. So thank you. And it's important at this event that we talk about solutions to our affordable housing shortage. How many know that we have an affordable housing issue in our country? Let me see you if you're in agreement. Okay, good. We have an affordable housing shortage. And it's a perfect time for us to have this discussion together. I was with a group earlier today, and we had a wonderful discussion together about this same issue. And so it's good to see so many team players come together to discuss these issues. And, you know, it's National Home Ownership Month. Did y'all know that? June is National Home Ownership Month, and at HUD, we emphasize the importance of home ownership and what we're doing to promote this across our country, because we want every American to achieve the American dream of home ownership. And so this month, we recognize that more than 80% of American adults, 80% of American adults believe that home ownership is part of the American dream and that they want to own a home someday, and I believe that's right. A home is much more than a financial investment. Home ownership is about providing a sanctuary for your family, a place of joy, of love, of family formation, and creating a legacy that you can pass on to your children and your grandchildren. How many know that a home is more than just four walls? How many remember your childhood home and what happened in that home, both good and bad, right? But a home is just more than brick and mortar. But sadly, many Americans today feel a long way away. And they feel that the American dream of home ownership is beyond their reach. We need about 7 million units of housing in our country today. Housing prices are going up and sales are going down. And I know that with the experts here in this distinguished group, you understand that we need millions of units. You understand that housing prices have gone up and sales are going down. The median home price as of this past April was $414,000 in America. $414,000. That's a 21% increase from April of 2021. And home sales last year were at the all-time low level in the last 3 decades. This is not sustainable for our country. These are not just numbers on a page. All of these numbers represent American people who are not living the American dream currently, who are seeing this dream pass further and further out of their reach. And so you and I, we have to do something about this for our beloved country and the beloved people of this country. Winston Churchill once said this: out of intense complexities, intense simplicity. Y'all hold on right quick. And I'll tell y'all why I'm laughing. I'm a pastor. And every time I preach out of the book of Deuteronomy, I always start laughing. And I see this word, this is a tongue twister for me. Out of intense complexities, intense simplicities emerge. That's a quote from Winston Churchill. So what's our intense simplicity? It simply says this: in order to solve our housing shortage and high prices, we must build more housing stock. That's the simple answer. But how do we do that? We identify the problem, but we don't stop there. What do we do about it? What's the simple answer? We have to use new, innovative, creative solutions that encourage more home construction, innovativeness, creativity, to encourage more home construction. I think about opportunity zones being one of those innovative, creative solutions. Opportunity zones are an amazing way to revitalize our forgotten and distressed communities, communities that many people have written off, but they still possess great potential. Many times communities in America have been written off, but in those communities, and I've been to almost 80 of these cities when I led the Opportunity Zone Initiative, 250 convenings with 15 domestic policy agencies. These cities are real people. There's real potential inside of these cities. There's real promise inside of the people, inside of the forgotten and distressed communities across America. 8,764 communities across this great nation, tribal, rural, and urban. Broad bipartisan support in opportunity zones nationally and locally. Almost $90 billion of private investment that have gone into opportunity zones to support new infrastructure, jobs, training, and family formation. Opportunity zones have helped create over 300,000 new residential addresses, meaning that they approximately doubled the number of homes in communities where they are in effect. Over 300,000. That's astounding. a full fifth of the market rate apartment units that are being developed across the United States of America. And you know, people can argue about it, and we can say, well, I don't agree, but the fact of the matter is there are results. The proof is in the pudding. People's lives have changed. 1 million people lifted out of poverty, off the poverty rolls. And I've been to many of these places. I've put my feet on the ground in many of these areas called opportunity zones. And so I'm excited to see the expansion and the continuation of the opportunity zones under President Trump's one big beautiful bill. We have to get the bill passed in order for opportunity zones to continue. It's important legislation to stay intact, to continue them, that they don't expire. We don't want the status quo in this country anymore. And y'all, when I think about status quo, J.C. Watts, who's a dear friend of mine, and I told a group earlier this, he told me back in 2004, don't ever be afraid of the status quo. And y'all, if I agreed with the status quo, or if I just complied with the status quo, or if I just accepted status quo, I wouldn't be standing before you today, and that's a true fact. If I just said business as usual is okay, I wouldn't be standing before you today. I grew up in domestic violence. I grew up in a broken home. My family unit was fractured. My parents were divorced when I was 10. Status quo said, well, you're just going to be another number. Business as usual said, well, this kid out of Richardson, Texas is just not going to make it. So how many know that I don't comply with status quo? That business as usual is not who I am. Mediocrity is not something that I strive for, but excellence. And I believe that's the mindset that we have to have in our country today as it pertains to what we're going to do about housing and coming together as a group of people, regardless of your politics. And quite frankly, I really don't care about your politics. I care about people. What's the best solution for the people? What's the best idea for the people? What's the best way to execute for the people? And I say that out of a heart of humility, but out of a heart of caring for the American people. Let's not get bogged down by status quo. And opportunity zones, I believe, help us to overcome that and, as a result, build more affordable housing in our country. I've already been to over 13 opportunity zone sites since being confirmed in February, and so I'm looking forward to this innovative solution. But there's more tools in the tool belt. How about manufacturing homes? Come on. It's a great example of what I mean when I talk about innovative solutions, manufactured homes. And I said earlier how high home prices have become in our country. But when it comes to manufactured homes, the average price is slightly over $124,000, making them significantly more cost-effective than most traditional units and replacing them squarely within the reach of many more American families. Manufactured homes aren't built on site like traditional houses. Instead, they're pre-made in factories, and this process means that home builders can create them more quickly, more cheaply, more cost-effectively, and without exposing construction to the elements. And so there's great elements, there's great things about manufactured homes that can literally lift American families as it pertains to affordable housing in our country. HUD has a crucial part to play in this process. The HUD code ensures that manufactured homes are built to high standards of safety and quality. This helps guarantee that the industry is both about quality and quantity, not just numbers, but the quality of the homes that are built. Some government regulations are quickly outpaced by events, and so the conditions currently on the ground render them obsolete. But that's not what's going on with the HUD code, which we regularly update to make sure it keeps pace with the latest conditions in our industry. We don't want to be a burden to home builders with antiquated regulations that bear no relation to reality. And I'm going to say that again. We don't want to be extra burdensome. We don't want to have burdensome regulations on the home building industry that have nothing to do or not related to the reality of the situation that we're in. We want to be less burdensome. We want to be less heavy-handed in order to unleash innovation innovativeness, unleash creativity, unleash the ingenuity of the private sector as it pertains to those 7 million units of housing that we need in our country. Single family, multifamily, manufacturing, condo, duplex, you name it, rural, tribal, and urban. And that's what we're talking about. And speaking of regulations, that brings me to another major initiative that we're pursuing at HUD. We're taking inventory of every program at HUD. We're taking inventory of our processes at HUD and cutting down on these burdensome regulations. And so my team and I, as a result, we eliminated the AFFH rule, the Affirmatively Furthering Fair Housing Rule. It was a regulation that had a nice sounding name to it, but the results were not good. The results were terrible. They were burdensome. They crippled home building in our country. It usurped local zoning decisions away from the localities and gave them to Washington, D.C. It tried to remake our suburbs. It misguided the campaign. It was social engineering. Why am I saying all this? Because ending this rule returned zoning power. It returned flexibility. It returned the uniqueness back to the localities. Washington doesn't know Collin County, Texas, like Collin County, Texas knows it. Washington doesn't know Dubuque, Iowa, or Chicago, Illinois, or Tamaqua, Pennsylvania, or Coos Bay, Oregon, some of the places that I've been through the years. We want to return flexibility back to the localities because they understand their unique needs. And so I've received many letters and notes from people saying, thank you of entrusting the localities. We understand what we need to return zoning back to us. And so that was a big step in taking this rule down and not being heavy-handed in Washington. We also have taken big steps to streamline the bureaucracy by retiring nearly 600, and I want y'all to listen to this. We retired 600 mortgagee letters, which are documents that give important HUD guidance to lenders, as you know. 600. These letters were not only obsolete, but some of them dated back to 1978. Guidance from I was born in 1972. This was almost 50 years old. And it's not serving the people that we need to serve. Our operations have to be better. And so we took those down. And we've achieved a lot of these victories at HUD and others as well. Since President Trump came into office, the FHA has been a critical part, has always been a critical part of HUD, but since returning, we've backed over 236,000 home buyers through FHA, including 140,000 Americans who purchased for the first time. This is just since January. And this is very encouraging. 236,000 home buyers and 140,000 of them are first-time homeowners. This year alone, Ginnie Mae has helped support the mortgage of more than 500,000 veterans, with almost a quarter of those loans belonging to first-time home buyers. Y'all, I'm giving you these stats because this is good news. This is something that we can hang our hat on and say, well, we have a good start, but we have a lot of work to do. 500,000 veterans, with a quarter of those being first home buyers to our Ginnie Mae program. We're also expanding our international cooperation. I don't know if you all saw this earlier this month, but HUD, Ginnie Mae, and the Korean Housing Finance Corporation, we signed an MOU of understanding, an MOU to promote cooperation between our agencies, to encourage mutual investment, to deepen our commitment to finding affordable housing solutions. And so we signed this MOU and looking forward to the collaboration and the ideation between our two nations on ideas about affordable housing to make it more, not just affordable, but housing more abundant. And so, y'all, these are just some of the ways that we're pursuing to expand housing supply at HUD and to remove the burdens from the backs of American people and home buyers. We still have a long road ahead, and I know this, but we know what we need to do. We're going to keep pushing and keep pursuing the solutions to promote the American dream of home ownership. And I want to say this at the outset or at the end of my remarks is it's very important, the contract. And Mike Shanahan, who was also the general manager during this time, he said, you always have an open door to come talk to me. And he said, Scotty, you may not like the answer I give you. You may not be in agreement with what I tell you, but I'm always open to listening to you. And that made me respect Mike Shanahan a lot. He was my favorite coach. And oftentimes in our conversation, I learned from him, he learned from me. And I'll tell you all that obviously I'm not Mike Shanahan, but I think the principle remains the same, is that we have to keep the doors of communication open. And as the leader and the steward of HUD, my door is open and my ears are attentive to what you have to say. So God bless y'all. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Have a chat.
Okay.
Well, thank you, Secretary Turner, for that very enlightening set of comments. We really appreciate it. Appreciate you taking the time to be with us. I know you're very, very busy. You have rightly pointed out that housing isn't a political issue. It's a personal one that affects every American, and we wholeheartedly agree with that perspective at BPC's Terwilliger Center. And you talked about the shortage of affordable homes. I think you mentioned 7 million. We're short about 7 million. Why is the shortage of affordable housing such a critical challenge for our country right now?
Well, I think, we alluded to it earlier when we talked about just the cost of regulations. When you build a multifamily project, about 40% of the cost is in regulation. And when you build a single family project, about 20 to 25% of the cost is in regulation. And as you know, that's not sustainable. And it cripples the building industry. And so when you look at the regulations from the federal standpoint, but even more importantly from the local standpoint, and take an inventory of these, and this is what I've been encouraging localities and mayors and people inside of cities in our country, is to take inventory of your regulatory environment and see how you can ease that regulatory environment, working with local developers and builders so that you can unleash their creativity and their ability to actually build to help us solve the affordable housing initiative or crisis that we have in our country. And so from our standpoint, we're doing what we do, but also from a local standpoint, it's very important that they do the same.
So consistent with your open door policy, if people have suggestions for deregulation, ways to remove policies that might impact housing affordability, you're open to listening to that.
Of course.
Thank you. Probably no one knows more about opportunity zones in the United States than you as the former executive director of the office. And we saw the House and Senate advance legislation that strengthened opportunity zones. So how, in your view, what's the most effective way to unlock their potential to boost housing production?
And that's a great question. And, there's a lot of smart people in our country as it pertains to opportunity zone. I bet some of them are here. And I've learned from so many people through the years about OZs. But one thing, as I said before, passing the One Big Beautiful Bill, the Opportunity Zone initiative is in that bill. And so to extend opportunity zones, obviously we have to pass the bill, extend the tax cuts. And then, as the House had one version and the Senate now has put out their language and the version as it pertains to opportunity zones. And, to make a more of an emphasis on the rural communities in our country, the reporting aspect of it in our country to make sure that we're having proper and appropriate reporting for the transparency piece and understand what the data is telling us. And also to make it permanent. I think if we do that, this will unleash it, and give great momentum for people that want to get involved in opportunity zones.
That certainty is very important for
Yes,
the
sir.
investment, yeah. Another point you mentioned, you gave a shout out to manufactured housing and its importance as a critical piece of the affordability puzzle. Manufactured housing, modular housing at the BPC Terwilliger Center, we feel very strongly that those are important pieces of trying to solve our country's affordability crisis. But what's standing in the way of wider adoption and construction, and how do you, as the leader of HUD, plan to overcome those obstacles?
Well, thank you. And yes, manufactured housing plays a big role, as I said before, in increasing the housing supply. And we're all very familiar with the permanent chassis requirement, which Congress has to work on, to change that. But our job at HUD is to make sure that the code is up to date and to make sure that we are keeping up with the industry and the trends in the industry and to make sure that the quality and the safety is there. And so we're well aware. We have a great housing team at HUD, as you know, and we're in great communication, constant communication with the manufactured housing industry. I myself have visited manufactured homes and conferences and walked in them, and so I understand the importance of it. But obviously the permanent chassis has to be changed, and also keeping up with the code, I think, is very important.
Right, great. Well, I know you have to go to another commitment, but as we wrap up, what are one or two key takeaways that you want to leave our audience with, especially as we think about increasing housing supply and improving housing affordability? What are the one or two things that people should take away from listening to you and your interaction with us today?
Thank you. You know, I would hope that everyone would hear and understand not only what my vision is, but what my heart is for HUD and the mission that we have been called to at HUD. You know, HUD currently, even with a tremendous budget, is not serving the people that we need to serve. We're really only serving 1 out of 4 eligible families at HUD. I'll give you an example. 50% of households in America that receive HUD funding have not one person in the household that's working. And so we have to visit these things and rethink how we're doing funding from HUD. And my heart is that people would not remain on government subsidies at HUD, but that people would be able to get off of government subsidies to live a life of self-sustainability and self-sufficiency. And so you'll hear us talking about work requirements, and you'll hear us talking about time limits and these things. Work requirements, to me, work helps restore dignity in people. It helps to restore the pride of work, and it helps to incentivize not just our generation, but generations coming behind us, that work is a good thing. If you're an able-bodied, able-minded individual, not talking about the elderly or disabled, but those that are able-bodied and able-minded, if you're able to work, you should work. Not just from, this has nothing to do from a political point. This has everything to do from a person, from a family, from dignity, from achieving the American dream, from getting on a life of self-sustainability. And so that's what my heart is when you think about HUD. We have over 9 million people living in government subsidies or government subsidized housing in America, 9 million. And that's too many. We want to get people out of public housing. We want to get people to live life of self-sustainability and self-sufficiency. And so whatever we can do together to help people along the way to achieve that, that's what I want to do. And I read this scripture, and it's in Proverbs chapter 14, 23. And it says, all hard work brings a profit, but mere talk only poverty. Well, why do I say that? Because I want to ensure everybody here that we're working hard at HUD, myself and our team, to ensure that more people in this country have the opportunity to achieve the American dream. And so we're just not talking about it. We have the hard conversations. We have the healthy conversations. We're willing to make the hard decisions for the posterity of our nation and for the people of this country. And y'all, that means a lot to me. When I go to work at HUD every day, I don't just go to work and say, okay, you know, I'm the secretary. I could care less about that. I go to work and say, man, I have a job. I have an assignment to make it better than it was when I founded our country, to help people. Even if I can help one, that one will impact 10, and 10 will impact 100. And so I think my challenge, not only for the people in this room, but everybody that's listening, you know, who are you impacting for the betterment of their life? Who are you taking alongside of you and under you to help them to be great? You don't have to be the secretary to do that. You could do it right where you are. And so I would take inventory. I'll take inventory of my life. Who am I helping? Who am I serving? Whose life am I helping to become better? Am I laying my life down for my brothers and my sisters? Am I laying my life down for those, whether you agree with me, whether your politics are the same or not? How can I help you to be great and fulfill your God-given potential? And I think more Americans need to ask ourselves that question. And as a HUD secretary, I do that every day. And I say that with great humility. It's a big job. And we have some former HUD secretaries that are here. And I'm so grateful to meet them and see them. And so they understand the responsibility. But with that responsibility comes, you have to have great vision and a heart for the people.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. We at the BPC Terwilliger Center also are very mission-oriented. You know, we believe in an America where every family has access to a safe, stable, and affordable home. So we share that vision. I know you share that vision. I want to thank you so much for being with us today. Can everyone please give a big round of applause to Secretary Turner? Thank you. Go out that way. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. If you could please remain seated. Well, on behalf of the Terwilliger Center and everyone at BPC, I want to thank all our speakers and moderators. As I mentioned, at the center, we're focused on advancing practical policies to ensure every American family, no matter their income or background, has a decent, safe, and affordable place to live. And I think the discussions today reinforced just how much common ground does exist on these issues. We heard from mayors, we heard from high-level state officials, we heard about how to reform the Housing Choice Voucher program to encourage greater landlord participation in that program. We heard about innovations in post-disaster housing. We heard about new financing techniques to help spur the production and preservation of affordable homes. So I hope you all enjoyed today's programming. I learned a lot, and I hope you learned a lot, and I hope you leave here even more reinvigorated to make a difference in improving the lives of our fellow Americans. I also want to thank the sponsors who made today's summit possible. Our program sponsors, Capital One, Airbnb, Citi, and the National Apartment Association. Thank you. You can give them. Our break-in live stream sponsors, the Cooper Housing Institute, the Manufactured Housing Institute, PNC, and Wells Fargo, thank you. And our additional sponsors, Enterprise Community Partners, the Home Builders Institute, the Mortgage Bankers Association, the National Association of Realtors, the National Multifamily Housing Council, Pad Split, and the U.S. mortgage insurers, thank you. Thank you. And a special thank you to the Terwilliger Center's core funders, the Ballmer Group, the Walmart Foundation, and of course our anchor and guiding light, Ron Terwilliger himself, for their continued support and leadership. And Ron, thank you for everything you do. I'm also, this doesn't magically appear, this event, in this beautiful event space. I also am very grateful to our incredible Terwilliger Center and BPC team whose hard work made today's summit a success. So thank you all, and you'll be thanked personally in the coming days. And finally, I want to thank all of you for being here. It really is important that we all, people who care about housing, people who believe that everyone should have a right to access an affordable home. It's important that we stick together regardless of our political affiliation. There's a lot of common ground across the political spectrum on housing, and we really truly believe that housing is a nonpartisan, bipartisan issue. So let's stick together on this going forward. And we look forward to seeing you all at next year's summit, but between then and now, we have a lot of programming, events, reports, and other interesting research projects that the Terwilliger Center will be producing. So please keep an eye out for those products in the coming months. And with that, it is my pleasure to announce that the summit is officially closed and welcome our in-person audience to join us for a reception stage right, for me at least.